Go. We have quorum. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. It's the City Council meeting as the shareholder for St. Catharines Hydro Inc., the annual shareholder meeting. The first item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. I'll look to the clerk. Are there any additions or deletions?
There is one amendment being made to the agenda, and that is prior to the update from Alectra. The chair will be providing a chair's reports.
Perfect. Could I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Phillips. All in favor? And that's carried. Be it resolved that the agenda for the October 16th, 2023 annual meeting of the shareholder be approved as amended. I guess I did that actually pretty quick, eh? Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Hearing none, seeing none. Adoption of the minutes. Can I have a motion to approve the previous shareholder meeting minutes? Be it resolved that the minutes of the annual shareholder meeting held on June 13th, 2022 be approved. I need a mover. Councillor Garcia, seconded by Councillor Lindell. All those in favor? And that's carried. So I guess the chair's report. I have a few things. It's going to be a little bit short, not quite like Mayor Cisco. No, just kidding. Just a couple updates, both on the engineering side and on the finance side. I'll start with the engineering side. Well, actually, I'll start on the actual financial side. The station generated 43,144 megawatt hours of electricity in 2022, generated over $4 million in revenue in 2022, 2.15 million in income before taxes in 2022, 1.467 million in net income in 2022, resulting in 880,000 in dividends paid to Holdco in 2023, paid the 920,000 in dividends to Holdco in 2022 related to the 2020-21 net income. We have 8 million in cash reserves to fund forecasted capital and cover revenue shortfalls due to the upstream projects of OPG. For some highlights for Holdco, Alectra regular dividends of $4,391,875 passed through to the city in 2022. Genco's regular dividends of $828,654 passed through to the city in 2002 from the 2021 financial results. The promissory note interest of $554,411 was paid to the city, and Genco regular dividends of $792,669 passed through the city in 2023 from 2022 financial results. So that's our financial highlights. The next will be for the engineering. We went through a contractor selection for the Haywood Generating Station Controls upgrade project late spring of this year in ESAC Electrical Systems and Advanced Control Inc. out of London, Ontario was announced as the successful proponent for the controls upgrade project. The design build contract was signed during the late summer of 2023 and a purchase order was issued to ESAC with a value of $898,870 plus HST. The startup of the Haywood Generating Station Controls upgrade, ESAC and representatives from St. Catharines Hydro kicked off the design process for the controls upgrade project in July. Over the past 2 months, both sides have progressed well with the design portion of the project, and we are currently approaching sign-off in the final design. During this time, representatives from both sides have met several times virtually and as well as in person. ESAC has begun the process of ordering parts and materials based on current schedules. It is expected that the contractor will be on site to start construction in early 2024 with an anticipated project completion by August of 2024. The station is currently at half flow as construction is now underway at the CUPE generating station, which is causing the flow reduction. Our timeline matches the completion timeline for the construction at CUPE, allowing the generating station to be fully operational when the flow returns. We completed several small projects in preparation for the controls upgrade. This work included the relocation of an electrical distribution panel to allow for the installation of new cabinets for controls, the relocation of Alectra's revenue meter cabinet for installation of new equipment, as well as the installation of conduit between main generation station and the spillway. We also did replacement and upgrade of two 600-volt feeds, including conduit between the generating station and the spillway. Due to the age of the existing feed, as well as deterioration of the existing conduit, replacement of the feeds was required. Additionally, the wiring sizes were increased as the original installation was undersized. Specifically, the service to the heaters on the spillway gates. This will allow the gate heaters to function to the full capacity with the proper feed in place. Installation of the new tailway marker buoy, as well as refurbishment of the original buoy. Overhaul and refurbishment of the spillway gate 3. Work included dewatering of the gate, inspection, cleaning, and coating of the gate, and inspection of the gate heater. We are in the early stages of planning for next year's work. This will include dewatering of both turbines as well as installation of new storage structures on site. And I'm just going to look to Anthony and Adam to see if they have any other updates that they would like to include. I know Adam sent a chart earlier today explaining some of the savings we've achieved over the last 5 years.
So thanks. So through the chair, there was a request that did come in from the board at the last board meeting around what the administrative costs had been over the past number of years and how that compared to the previous governance model for St. Catharines Hydro. So there is a chart that was provided to the Hydro board members who made that request. It can be forwarded on to all of council if that's kind of the direction you're looking for. But essentially, it identifies that prior to the current governance model of members of council forming the board and staff of the city being responsible for the day-to-day management, the costs have been reduced by, if you compare 2013 to even current day, so 10 years apart, you've seen about 40% reduction, and those, the numbers have kind of increased over the last few years as we've kind of fully understood what was required from the city to continue to operate and maintain the station, but if you compare to some of the other years, the decrease in costs is much more significant, so 60–70% decrease in costs in some of the earlier years.
So what would that equate money-wise? What do we think we've saved?
So through the chair, you would say probably on average it's been approximately $250,000 to $300,000 a year for the past 5 years. So it'd be a little over $1 million.
Anthony?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Similar updates to what you identified. The station is a 40-year-old station with a lot of original equipment and parts. The engagement of an engineer to help us execute some of those projects has been very successful, and the upgrade, we are looking forward to the upgrade to the controls for the station, as it is going to mitigate some of the liability for operating station. Is well overdue. Parts are very difficult to source, so the replacement of the controls is good. The timing is very good as well, as OPG has identified that they are doing work at DQ, so we will be at reduced flows during this time. So the timing does align very well to maximize the revenue that we will be getting from the station next year when the controls are completed.
Perfect. Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, okay, we'll move on to the next. It's the annual Alectra update. I will now call upon Brian Bentz, President and CEO of Alectra, to provide an annual Alectra update.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thanks for inviting us to the St. Catharines Hydro Annual General Meeting. Pleased to be here to provide you with this update of the results of operations for Alectra for 2022. Joining me this evening is Daniel Diaz, our Chief Financial Officer, along with the Strategy and Corporate Secretary, Blair Peverty, our Senior Vice President of Regulatory, Government, Corporate Relations, and Mike Matthews, Executive Vice President, Asset Strategy and Operations. And I'd also like to thank you, Mr. Chair, as Councillor and Alectra Director, for your contributions and support of Alectra over the past several years. So we're now in our 7th year of operation post-merger. And would say by all accounts, the merger has been very successful. We measure that on a number of fronts, primarily rates, reliability, and sustainability. So from a rates point of view, rates are driven by our cost structure, and our cost structure is 20% lower than the average LDC in Ontario. And this translates into approximately 6% lower distribution rates. Distribution is about 20% of the entire electricity bill. That's the controllable portion for us operating the low voltage grid within the city. So rates 6% lower, and that's as a result of that lower cost structure. Reliability performs very well across our service area in St. Catharines. Top quartile in terms of what we measure the index of reliability, which is the uptime on the system. When we look at a metric called our System Average Interruption Duration Index, it's 54% lower than the LDC average. And that's a result of investments that we've made in the grid here in the city, building resilience into the grid, and also using technology to enhance reliability, and I'll talk more about that in a moment. And then third is sustainability as an organization, and we've reduced our carbon footprint by 16% over 2016 levels, but more importantly, enabling the grid establishing the grid as a catalyst for a low carbon economy. So by all accounts, very successful merger. When we move to situational analysis in 2023, we are at an inflection point in the industry. So we know that economies across the globe are looking to electric power grids to enable decarbonization and sustainability. So we're seeing the advent of electric vehicles on our system, conversion of what was traditionally fossil fuel-based HVAC systems to electric systems, looking at fuel pumps, heat pumps, hybrid heat pumps, and the conversion of telecommunications, whether through 5G or AI or ChatGPT, will increase electric telecommunications loads. So this has far-reaching implications to the grid. We need to pivot to use technology to enable the electrification of the economy. And Ontario, more broadly, is looking at our decarbonized grid as a catalyst for economic growth, to leverage investment and job creation in the province. And the power grid is a critical part of that. So we need to invest in technology. We need to engage consumers, provide them with more options and resources so that we can transform the grid of today to the integrated decarbonized grid of tomorrow. So to that end, we have embarked on our strategy. We can move 2 slides ahead, please. And our strategy at a high level is really to pivot from the poles and wires business, which still is our core business, and making sure we're best in class in terms of that reliability, rate, value proposition, but enabling the electrification to happen by digitizing the grid, digitizing the customer relationship, and growing the business, expanding the business, which provides consumers with more choices and also provides more value for our shareholders. And we do that, the enablers of that strategy is really center around our culture, transforming our culture, being strong advocates for the changing regulatory and government policy environment in the energy sector, and making sure we have a reliable financing structure to enable the growth. Most observers in the sector, whether it's McKinsey or the ISO, anyone, the International Energy Association, they're all forecasting a doubling or tripling of electrical demand and electrical energy consumption over the next 15 to 20 years. So we have to be prepared for this, and we're using a digital strategy to enable that. We're working with, we can go back one slide. We're working with our shareholders pursuant to the shareholder agreement, the original Alectra transaction, to have them provide their input and review our updated strategy. So when we first formed Alectra, we were required to have an initial strategic plan that all shareholders, including the City of St. Catharines, sign off on and approve, and they did. Every 3 years thereafter, the board approves the strategy. And so that happened in 2020, and it's happening again in 2023. So we're in the middle of a process where we have reached out to our shareholders and given them a review, more detailed review of our strategy 2.0. And we had a meeting September 22nd, 2023, a special meeting of our shareholders to review that. We're looking to get feedback from the our municipal owners by the end of the year. And then in the first quarter of next year, the board of directors will endorse the revised strategy 2.0 pursuant to the provisions of the shareholder agreement. So that's the process going forward. When we look at what we're doing in the city, we've made good progress. So that those reliability indices that are strong, they don't just happen. It's a result of some significant planning and protection and control standards that we're standardizing right across our service area. Specifically in the city, we're looking at providing more interconnected power grid. So providing multiple paths for feeders within the city and looping circuits within the city. When you loop circuits and you have a disturbance or an outage on the system, it's easier to isolate and minimize customer outage minutes when you do that, because you have 2 points of supply. And when you couple that with technology, in this case, automated switches, which can be operated remotely from our control room, you can isolate those outages very quickly without sending trucks to that point of outage on the system. So this enhances reliability of the grid. And to date, we've added 60 automated switches throughout the city of St. Catharines in the last 3 years. And we've invested an additional $15.3 million in reinforcing supply and modernizing the grid within the city and replacing the aging infrastructure with new infrastructure. And we're also on track to complete a major underground renewal project in the Lake and Linwell Road area to replace deteriorated underground cables. And this $2.7 million project will install 3.2 kilometers of new underground cable that will improve the reliability of the residents and the businesses in the area. And I know that the council has deliberated on the development in the Port Dalhousie area. And so we're working with Rankin Development Corp there closely on the 5-kilometer expansion to service that area. And I think that to date, the coordination and cooperation with the developer and the municipality has been good. In terms of community support, we very much focused on being present here in the community. Most notably, we were the official energy supplier of the Niagara 2022 Canada Summer Games, and we provided an additional $125,000 cash and in-kind investment, installed a cutting-edge solar technology on the roof of the Neil Campbell Rowing Center at the Handley, along with an electric vehicle charger. The solar-powered system produced approximately 43,000 kilowatt hours of renewable electricity each year, and will offset the consumption in that training center for the athletes. There are a whole host of other initiatives that we've been involved in over the city. Won't go through all of them now, but suffice it to say we have a high degree of volunteerism and community involvement. The next slide, the one I would mention in the center there, that was April of 2022. We had the MP, Chris Biddle there, and representatives from Enercan and Mayor Senzek was there as well, on the ZVIP, Zero Emission Vehicle Infrastructure Program, where Enercan donated $250,000, Alectra $710,000 into 50 level 2 public chargers in St. Catharines. We also had them in Barrie and Markham, with the goal of having all passenger to support the federal government's goal of having all passenger vehicles be zero emission by 2035. So continue to work on the sustainability and decarbonization within the city. Moving on to financial highlights. This slide provides the key statistics at a glance. The first one to the left is total customers. Alectra Utilities is serving over 1 million electricity distribution customers and over almost 4 million people within the greater Golden Horseshoe area. And we're the largest municipally owned local distribution company in Canada. We serve a range of customers from residential, small commercial to large industrial and institutional. But as you can see from the slide, our primary customer base is residential at 90%. This creates a stable customer base with little price or volume risk. Further, utility has little customer concentration risk. In 2022, the top 10 customers represented just 6% of the total billed revenue. The largest customers include several municipal government entities. Total assets are $5.7 billion in 2022, of which 94% of the asset base is in the regulated electricity business, which underpins the predictability of Alectra's cash flows. The annual capital program not shown is approximately $290 million annually, or just under $1 billion over the next 3 years, with approximately 50% devoted to system renewal investment, with a focus on underground asset renewal, which is a primary contributor to declining reliability performance, as well as investment in the renewal of overhead assets to address the impact of weather outages, which have increased in both duration and severity. Alectra's free cash flow, or EBITDA, of $342 million in 2022 is principally represented by stable regulated cash flows, with about 12% contributed by our competitive businesses. And despite the challenges we've faced throughout the years, revenue growth is about 3.2% in 2017. And the challenges obviously include the pandemic, OEB policy changes, and rate filings. Cash flows have grown about 1.8% over the same period. Moving to the 2022 results, Alectra achieved a performance on net income, notwithstanding the challenges presented in 2022 of $119 million. Lingering impacts of the pandemic, including credit losses and rising customer arrears, coupled with high inflation, rising interest rates, and one-time or non-recurring charges, had a negative impact on operating results of approximately $12 million. These negative variances were partially offset by higher distribution revenue and other revenue. In 2021, Alectra purchased the storm restoration business. This business is performing in line with expectations, and in 2022, exceeded its net income budget by $4.3 million. As you mentioned, Mr. Chair, dividend policy targets dividends at 60% of shared consolidated modified IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standard, net income. In the first 6 years following the merger, Alectra declared $430.8 million to the inaugural shareholder group. The merger has provided $108.7 million in dividends greater than the standalone course of action would have provided. In 2022, St. Catharines Hydro received $3.5 million in dividends and is forecast to receive approximately $3.8 million from Alectra each year in 2023, 2024, and 2025. Since the merger, St. Catharines Hydro has received $20.9 million in dividends, approximately 23% higher than what the status quo would have provided. Overall dividend trends remain materially favorable to status quo of not merging in 2017, despite the externalities which we described earlier. So in conclusion, the utility, I think, is exceptionally well positioned for the future. It has met its merger goals and provided value of incremental dividends to shareholders and lower rates for consumers. Our competitive business is highly complementary to our incumbent regulated customer base with prospects for growth and diversification. We have highly attractive credit, A-rated, with strong access to debt capital markets. And to summarize, Alectra continues to provide an excellent investment for our shareholders. So with that, Mr. Chair, we're happy to take any questions that you or members of the board or the council may have. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Williamson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz, you mentioned the 5-kilometer extension from General Motors to service the development in Old Port Dalhousie. Can you tell us, is this extension exclusively for the development, or will other users be able to tap into it, and will it create some other benefits than just the extension to that one particular site?
Yes, thanks for the question. So with respect to system expansions, there are codes that are issued by the Ontario Energy Board, which is a license condition for us as a regulated utility in the province. And one of those codes is called distribution electrical expansions. And the basic premise behind it is that the entity or person requesting the expansion pays for the expansion. And so without going into all of the details, we run what's called an economic model, and we look at the future cash flows that expansion will generate. And then we look at the net present value of that and versus the capital cost. And the difference, it becomes a capital contribution from the developer. There is what's called a connection horizon period, 5-year connection period. So once that 5 kilometers is energized and that development is completed, then there's a 5-year period where anyone connecting onto that feeder or service, the originating developer would get rebated on a per customer or per megawatt basis. So there is opportunity. We don't know who will connect to that feeder, but there is an opportunity for, I'll say, capital contributions for any new user who connects onto that system in the 5 years post-energization to go back to the developer.
Thank you. And then you also mentioned the Lake and Linwell restoration project. My family and neighbors and constituents live in this neighborhood, and it's been a fairly invasive process. Now, I'm not whining, but because we know eventually it'll provide more consistent, more reliable service with fewer outages. But witnessing what is required to redo the underground work, which is, like I said, pretty extensive. Anyway, the question is, there's a lot of people who think that underground service is superior to above ground service for a number of different reasons, including, you know, preservation of trees and that kinds of things, and not being as aesthetically difficult to experience on a daily basis. But I guess in terms of the longevity of the underground service, this service was in for probably less than 40 years, most of it. Once we get something built underground with proper conduit, et cetera, what is the lifespan on that? How does it compare above ground service to underground service?
Well, first off, on a per circuit kilometer basis, it's underground is anywhere from 7 to 10 times the cost of an overhead system. Obviously, you don't have transitory or temporary faults on an underground system. They're permanent. And you have that on an overhead system. But the life of the cable, I mean, there's advanced technologies in terms of the insulation jackets around the cables that we use. We prefer them in duct rather than direct buried. But they can be, and I think Mike is here, he may be able to comment on this, our head of asset management strategy. But, you know, typically they're 40 to 60 years is what we would want to see out of that, out of a cable replacement. So you're looking at half a century. Mike, do you have any comments on that?
No, I think you captured it pretty well, Brian. I mean, the new cable technology is much more advanced since about the, I'd say the mid 1990s compared to what would have been installed in the 80s. So we are expecting, as Brian said, a longer life of that cable than what we experience now. The old generation cable was more susceptible to moisture ingress. The new cables have what's called strand block that doesn't allow moisture to get into the cable. So we're looking at a longer life. I would say the life of an overhead system is roughly in that same 40 to 50 year period. A wood pole would last about 40 years roughly. So that infrastructure would have to be replaced as well. We do get a longer life out of concrete poles, but again, it's in that 40 to 50 year range.
Thank you. Just one follow-up, Mr. Chair, through to Mike, I guess it is. But when we have to undergo a replacement, I take it the underground would be more expensive to work on than what's already above ground. Is there a cost comparison there?
Yeah, that's correct. It would probably be in that same 7 to 10 times overhead range.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Dodge.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I have is with respect to mergers. You indicated if we had not proceeded, our dividends would have been 23% lower. So the question I have is, do we have any other mergers in sight? And the follow-up question would be, what's the optimal size for a hydro utility in terms of customer base?
Yeah, we're at about 57, 58 utilities in the province now. We were, in the year 2000, we were at 308. So it's come down quite a bit. So the remaining utilities, certain size, I think are looking at options. So they see what's in front of them, what I talked about earlier on the energy transition, electrification, and the capital requirements and the, I'll say the human resource requirements to enable the energy transition. And the regulatory requirements are becoming more difficult as well. So, you know, I'd say there's more recently, maybe in the last 2 or 3 years, more municipal utilities, smaller, I'll say smaller, I'll say less than 100, 150,000 customers are looking at options. We don't have anything active right now, but, you know, there's always dialogue. The optimum size of utility, I mean, there's been lots of theoretical analysis on that. We talk about a bathtub curve so that you get diminishing marginal, significant returns early on, and then it flattens out. And then some believe that there's diseconomies of scale. I think you got to look at it on a case-by-case basis. And, you know, if you're similar size, contiguous, high-density urban utility, and you can look at ways of spreading fixed costs over a larger base, there is economic benefits for shareholders and consumers. So, you know, I think that Alectra, 1 million, have we hit that optimum yet? I don't think so. I think there's still room for further consolidation within the GTHA and further value creation. So it's hard to give a definitive number. I would just say that we're very mindful of potential transactions and always looking for ways to increase value for our shareholders and customers through M&A.
Okay. Are these smaller utilities looking at one another to merge, or are they considering merging with the bigger utilities?
Some of them have formed buying groups. So Czech, Cornerstone Hydroelectric is one. Grid Smart City is another one. I think they have about 10 utilities representing about 700,000 customers, but they're not achieving all of the benefits of full consolidation. So, you know, you've got duplicated facilities, duplicated overhead. So they are, you know, buying groups, et cetera. They have formed maybe 2 or 3, but as I say, they're not getting the full benefit of full consolidation. It's a difficult decision for a municipality because you're looking at, you know, I'll say local control versus economics. But, you know, as we say, these are highly regulated businesses. So the degree of control is subject to the codes and standards of the regulator. So there's not a lot of latitude, pure operation. But, you know, we obviously believe in scale. We think we have good competencies in post-merger integration, and we're going to continue to pursue that path where it makes sense.
Okay, and my next question is with respect to the consolidated statement. In 2021, your income was much higher than in 2022. You indicated that could possibly be due to COVID and interest costs, inflation, et cetera.
Right.
Now, is that a trend, or what do you see for 2023? What's in the business plan for 2023-24?
I mean, I'll turn to our CFO, but at a high level, yes, we're still seeing the impact of COVID on our arrears and customer collections. There has been a disconnect moratorium that's been in place for the last several years. It starts November 1st and goes to May 1st. So, you know, utilities are prevented from disconnecting consumers for non-payment during that period. So we're trying to work very closely and compassionately with our customers in collection, but you have to strike a balance. So we've really doubled down on reaching out to consumers who haven't paid their bill in a while and working with them on payment arrangements, et cetera. We've made good progress on collections, but we still have issues with respect to arrears and higher interest rates. Obviously, Bank of Canada rates gone from 2% to over 5-6% in the last 12, 14 months. So that's had a significant impact on our financing costs. So those drivers are still there. Danielle, do you have any comments on that?
Thank you, Brian. No, I think you've basically covered it. That's inflation, rising interest rates, and credit losses, are still lingering into 2023. As much as we've seen some positive results around our collection strategy, we still have a vulnerable group of customers and still seeing arrears increment, particularly with that group, posing, some challenges within 2023 from a financial performance for 2023, and then a little bit into 2024 as we look at our forecast today.
Thank you. And my last question is with respect to our capacity to service new developments. I think we're quite surprised with the Rankin development when we heard the additional cost to service that. Do we have the excess capacity to service other new developments?
So that one,
That's kind of a difficult one to answer because it depends where the development would be located. Because right now there's certain areas that you're looking at sewer and water as well. Like if you look at the areas off 4th Avenue, so that might be a case by case kind of situation.
Okay.
the key is whether you have capacity at the transformer station. So, there was capacity at the Carleton TS. But then it's the issue of getting the egress circuit from the TS to the development site. And in this case, there was and is capacity. Maybe turn to Mike. High level, where do you see, I'll say, TS capacity and looking at development within the city? What's your assessment of electrical capacity to accommodate growth, Mike?
Yeah, Brian, at a high level, I think we have capacity at some of the existing Hydro One stations, but as Councillor Harris says, it's a case-by-case basis, depending on the location of the development, which station it might be able to be fed from, et cetera. So those are all taken into account, but I think it's more, in this case, it was the distance to the development that was really the cost, so it really depends on where the location is.
The key is what we're finding, because we're getting more of this, is really to get line of sight as early as possible, working with the municipality and the development community. I think in this case, when Rankin bought the company, was in receivership, they had not applied for the or looked at electrical servicing. The sooner we can do that, the sooner we can respond to it and get some, constructive and collaborative solutions. So really, understanding, the development plans within the city, where you see the major developments happening, having that coordination. We try to work with local councillors, and Blair and his team do that. But getting line of sight to that really helps alleviate some of these issues.
We could take away just to take a look at the stations and the supply and provide some information back as to the overall capacity for St. Catharines.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions have been asked and answered. Thank you.
Perfect. If there aren't any more questions, I look to council. Be it resolved that the annual update from Alectra Inc. be received. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much to everybody from Alectra. Moving on, we're moving to our annual resolutions, the audited financial statements. The resolution is, be it resolved that the audited financial statements, including the balance sheet as of December 31st, 2022, and the statement of profit and loss for the fiscal year of the corporation ended on such date are hereby received. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Phillips. Is there any questions? Seeing none, can I look to the Deputy Clerk for the recorded vote?
Just waiting for voting mode here to activate. And now we can go with Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Councillor Stevens,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Cisco,
Support.
and Chair Harris.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Item 7.2, appointment of the auditor. Be it resolved that the appointment of the auditor of the corporation be the same firm chosen by the corporation of the City of St. Catharines pursuant to the required selection process and authorizing the directors to fix the auditor's remuneration. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Kushner, seconded by Councillor Stevens. Any questions? I'll look to the Deputy Clerk to call the vote.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Councillor Stevens,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Cisco,
Support.
and Chair Harris.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Item 8.1, 2023 to 2027 Business Plan. Be it resolved that the 2023 to the 2027 Business Plan be approved as presented. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor McPherson. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I'll look to the clerk for the recorded deputies. Sorry.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Councillor Stevens,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Mayor Cisco,
Support.
and Chair Harris.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Item 8.2, St. Catharines Hydro Inc. Board Composition Amendments. The board recommendation is that the council of the City of St. Catharines, the shareholder, acting as the sole shareholder for St. Catharines Hydro Inc., the corporation, confirm and approve the amendments to the corporation's shareholder declaration and the corporate bylaw as outlined in appendices 1 and 2, and that the mayor of the shareholder be appointed to sit on the corporation's board of directors. I need a mover, please. Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Lindell. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll look to the clerk, the deputy clerk, for the recorded vote.
Councillor Phillips,
My eyes are crazy.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Councillor Stevens,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson, Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner, Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Mayor Cisco,
Support.
and Chair Harris.
Yes.
And that's carried.
There is no closed session, so there is no motion arising from the closed session. So the next item is confirmation of all acts. The resolution be it resolved that all acts, contracts, proceedings, appointments, bylaws, elections, and payments enacted, made, done, given, and taken by the directors and the officers of the corporation since the date of the last annual meeting of the shareholder as the same are set out or referred to in the minutes of the corporation or in the financial statements submitted to this meeting be and the same are hereby approved, sanctioned, and confirmed. Could I have a mover? Councillor Dodge, seconded by Councillor Stevens. Any questions? I'll look to the deputy clerk to call the vote.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Councillor Stevens,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Mayor Cisco,
Support.
and Chair Harris.
Yes.
And that's carried.
And the best time of the meeting it would be adjournment. Councillor Dodge, seconded by Councillor McPherson. All in favor? That's carried.
Mr. Chair. Sorry.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, October the 16th, 2023. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. I'll now look to Councillor Lindell to read the land acknowledgement.
Today is traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many Indigenous peoples made up of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. The Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement should remind us of our responsibility to ensure the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. On to our mayor's report this evening. I want to thank everybody, first of all, for joining us tonight. Some congratulations are in order. I will start off this past Saturday. I got to don my Superman costume and MC the 9th edition of the Niagara Children's Center Superhero Run. The event drew nearly 600 people, including more than 400 participants, hundreds of volunteers, vendors, and sponsors. And despite the rainfall, this year's event proved to be tremendously successful, raising more than $112,000 for the Children's Center. This past weekend, I also had the opportunity to be an ambassador at the Jillian's Place Walk a Mile in Her Shoes event, along with Councillor Stevens and CAO Oakes. And CAO Oakes, if you could stand and please model for us the wonderful shirt for this. Phenomenal. Would you like to show off the stilettos you're wearing right now? He's not actually wearing stilettos. The event did raise more than $120,000, though, with the help of our amazing community, and those funds will be used to provide assistance to women seeking safety from intimate partner violence. I want to send out a congratulations to the Economic Development team for their recent recognition at the Economic Developers Association of Canada's 2023 Marketing Canada Awards for the work behind filmstc.ca, taking home top honors for excellence in the digital marketing website category. The city launched filmstc.ca in December of 2022 to enhance the city's film services digital presence and showcase the diverse amenities in St. Catharines for film production. Highlighting the concierge service offered to productions choosing St. Catharines for location filming, the website makes information about the city's film policy, permit applications, incentives, and other resources accessible. And congratulations to Director York and your team for this award. Congratulations as well to city staff in CRCS and to our friends at the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre for winning the 2023 Award of Excellence at the Creative City Network of Canada for the Celebration of Nations event held in September. This national award celebrates outstanding achievements in cultural programming by Canadian municipalities. The Celebration of Nations promotes traditional and contemporary Indigenous perspectives and is inspired by the Two-Road Wampum Agreement, emphasizing respect and inclusion. Additionally, the mural at Port Weller Community Centre, Onega, which is the Mohawk word for water, by Cheyenne Ricard, was recognized at the 2023 Creative Cities Summit during the Public Art Year in Review. The mural was created through a collaborative effort between the NRNC and the city, led by Cheyenne Ricard, an emerging French and Mohawk artist from Wolf Clan, Six Nations. Congratulations to everyone on both of these recognitions. Over the past few weeks, I've had the opportunity to gather, to learn, to mourn, and then to celebrate Indigenous culture and tradition. First, we gathered at City Hall to recognize the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, a day to reflect on the painful and lasting impacts of residential schools in Canada, and to honor the resilience, the dignity, and the strength of survivors, their families, and their communities. We then gathered again on October 4th to honor the lives of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people, support grieving families, and create opportunities for healing. On October 7th, I was able to attend the NRNC's 9th annual traditional powwow, an event that gives the community an opportunity to celebrate Indigenous culture and tradition. As I participated in the powwow and celebrated alongside our Indigenous community, it was also important to reflect on the two events that preceded the powwow, and to understand that our Indigenous community is still suffering, and that now more than ever we must come together to make meaningful, sustained change. Last week, I had the opportunity to speak at the Toronto Global Forum on the importance of the electric vehicle sector in St. Catharines, Niagara, and Ontario. I had the chance to highlight the investments that have been made by the provincial and federal governments, and it gave me another opportunity to tout the high quality of workers and businesses here in St. Catharines. Further to this, I was pleased to see the GM and Unifor ratified a new contract that will protect jobs in St. Catharines, another piece of good news last week. And this past weekend, I don't know what that was, but I appreciate the digital applause. This past weekend, the provincial government launched the Ontario Marine Strategy, which is welcome news for our local marine industry. Thanks to the hard work of industry leaders like St. Catharines-based Algoma Marine and Heddle Shipyards, as well as our city's economic development team, Ontario is on a more even keel with neighboring provinces and will remain a competitor in the emerging marine sector economy. The marine industry is vital to Niagara's economy through the creation of jobs, increased supply chain efficiencies and resilience, and the ability to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and road congestion. On September the 27th, I was pleased to raise the United Way flag at City Hall to help launch United Way Niagara's 2023 campaign. Our partnership with United Way Niagara is crucial in addressing the complex challenges faced by individuals and families in our community. In order to break down barriers and help everyone in our community reach their full potential, we need to provide solutions that address all the issues each individual is facing. As part of this, the City of St. Catharines proudly supports United Way with our own fundraising campaign, which kicked off October 3rd. Let's work together to make a difference for the families and vulnerable populations in St. Catharines. And every year, Ontario celebrates Local Government Week during the 3rd week of October to increase public and youth awareness of the important role local governments play in our communities. This week is Local Government Week, so take a moment to thank staff for the role they play in local government. A couple of business openings that I got to attend earlier this month. I had the pleasure of participating in the grand opening of a new business downtown. It's a family business, Saigon Spring Rolls, located at 409 St. Paul Street. And the cuisine is absolutely fantastic. The banh mi and the spring rolls are incredible. I also had the chance to participate in the grand opening of not one, not two, but 3 women-owned small businesses located at 117 Lake Street. Congratulations to Soul Sister, From the Art Studio, and Compassionate Body Pilates on your official grand openings. Some upcoming events. The fall tree giveaway is set for the morning of Saturday, October 28th at the Seymour Hanna Sports and Entertainment Center parking lot. Residents must pre-register for a tree prior to the pickup date. The online registration opened today. This is always a popular one, and I'm looking, is Mr. Christie around? Can someone nod and agree that this one sells out quick? So there are limits, correct? Thank you. So make sure to head over to stcatharines.ca/tree giveaway to request a tree. The tree varieties this fall include Eastern Redbud, Red Cedar, Basswood, and American Sycamore, none of which I could identify if they were in front of me. And the St. Catharines edition of the Better Cities Film Festival returns from October 27th to the 29th. It's curated by Better Neighborhoods Incorporated and co-sponsored by Main Street Engineering. Film Festival seeks to bring important discussions out of city halls, academic lecture rooms, and conference centers to bring planning, urban design, and city building conversations to the community. Join us for neighborhood walking tours, film screenings, panel discussions, and more. This is a pay-what-you-can event designed to inspire and empower communities to collaborate in the project of city building. Enjoy a series of films to complement locally relevant city building topics such as active transportation, housing, grassroots placemaking, and the economics of urban growth. And if you're looking for more information, you can head over to the Niagara Artist Center's website for more on that. And I know a couple of councillors have joined me in the past in heading to better cities. The films are always interesting and entertaining. There we go. That was a fast one, Councillor Harris. You're welcome. I will move on to adoption of the agenda, and I will look to the clerk. Oh, shoot, yes. I usually do ask. Does any councillor have anything they want to add? I know Councillor Stevens always does. To add to the mayor's report, Councillor Stevens.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on Thursday, September 28th, I got to attend the grand opening of the Canadian Blood Services Plasma Center on Van Sickle Road. Amazing facility. If anybody wants to do that, you can actually donate up to every week. They actually take your blood and take the plasma out of it and put your blood back in you. It takes about an hour. And the plasma is used for making many different drugs in order to help people in their lives. It was a nice, clean facility, and it was amazing to see anyway. So that was really interesting. Also on Tuesday, October 3rd, through the GNCC, there was an opening or a grand reopening, a new ownership of Orange Theory Fitness on Van Sickle Road as well, a very cool fitness facility, and they have on-site trainers and everything, and it's available all the time, and another nice new thing. The really cool thing was on Wednesday, October 11th, I was at Brock University for their VPMI. It's their Validation, Prototyping, and Manufacturing Institute. They had a $6 million federal grant from the government, and they work with local manufacturing and different groups to just to get to make new manufacture new items and everything. They have some machines there that are incredible, just like when you watch the old CSI, and they have a sniffer there that they can tell you what is in that different product and that. And there's only like 2 of these machines in Canada, and Brock University has one of them. So a very, very cool institute, and they meet, and they're working with local businesses and manufacturers to grow these, and right here in our area of Brock. So that was really, really nice to be there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to share that this Saturday night I had the pleasure of attending the Performing Arts Center second annual East Coast Kitchen Party, which is the name they use, but it's an East Coast theme fundraiser. And they had great live and silent auctions, as well as hors d'oeuvres, and they had a great music by Ashley McIsaac, who is a Juno Award-winning fiddler from Nova Scotia. And I had a report from the CEO of the PAC today stating that they broke the record from last year in raising money, which all goes towards the community events and community support programs that the PAC has. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to remind people that this weekend the Niagara Symphony will be hosting another concert, the music of Rodgers and Hammerstein. It'll be on Saturday night and Sunday afternoon. If you haven't got tickets, it's going to be a great concert, I'm sure, and I encourage people to attend.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I recently went for AMO, and it was quite a busy session. There was many things discussed. One of the topics was about the success of the last conference that they had. We discussed many issues, affordability for our taxpayers at all levels of government, and the appetite that isn't there to raise taxes at any level for our residents. Rent evictions, homelessness, encampments, drug issues. were among some of the top issues, but it was very, very busy, and there was a lot of discussion on many things, transit and other. So it was busy and it was good.
Excellent. And again, Councillor Dodge, thank you for the work that you do. All right, are there any other additions to the mayor's report? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to adoption of the agenda. There is at least one amendment. I know Councillor McPherson.
Just added delegation, Mr. Sean Vanderklis to the delegations.
So a motion to add Sean Vanderklis to the delegation list by Zoom. Should we vote on that now? All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried unanimously. Madam Clerk?
There's one addition to the agenda, one amendment to the agenda today, an additional closed session regarding a verbal update for 25 YMCA Drive. And there's two additional items of correspondence. One is a confidential letter from the St. Catharines Downtown Association regarding the Board of Management Director nominations. And the second is correspondence from Dan McKnight regarding item 10.1, motion regarding Watson statue.
All right, can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Councillor Harris, seconded Councillor Lindell. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item 3 is the adoption of the minutes. The council adopt the minutes of the regular council held on September 25th, 2023. Can I have a motion to adopt the minutes? Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none. We move on to item 5, which is the motion to move the consent reports. The motion is that council approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items being brought forward for discussion. Councillor McPherson, I know you wanted to add something.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to pull for endorsement the resolution from the Niagara Region re equity, diversity, and inclusion, and the damaging impacts of hate and intolerance.
So which item number is that?
My apologies, it's 6.43.
So item 3, the resolution from Niagara Region. So we don't need to pull it. We'll just add that we're endorsing item 3 of 6.4 as a part of the consent agenda.
Thank you.
All right, can I have a mover for the consent agenda? Councillor Harris. And I will look to the clerk to read the list of consent reports and call the roll.
Today's consent agenda includes item 6.1, financial management services, Niagara Symphony Orchestra line of credit extension request. Item 6.2, engineering facilities and environmental services, Downing Street trunk water main replacement budget reallocation for sanitary sewer works. Item 6.3, legal and clerk services, development charge complaint hearing procedures. And item 6.4, legal and clerk services, council correspondence, save and accept item 3, which would be endorsed.
Councillor Garcia.
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to know at which stage did you want me to give an update on the budget committee?
So we had that in there, and then I'll look to the clerk.
I didn't realize that's where the request may have come from. Usually it's when the minutes come forward.
So usually we would do, yeah, we had it in, but because there are no minutes coming forward at this meeting, we generally hold off until the minutes are published as well.
Okay.
I knew there was a reason why it wasn't in the agenda today. I apologize. I should have mentioned that to you,
Okay,
Councillor.
not a problem.
All right, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Harris.
I fixed it.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Support.
And that's carried.
All right. Public meetings, there are none. Presentations, there are none. So we'll move on to item 9.1, which is the Economic Development and Tourism Services 2024 World Rowing Senior U19 U23 Championships Municipal Support and Funding Request. Before discussing the report, I will look to Bill Schenk and Vittoria Wixton from St. Catharines World Rowing, Inc. to provide a presentation. Mr. Schenk, Ms. Wixton, the podium is yours. Feel free to move it up or down, however you would like. There are buttons on the side. Arrow buttons. Technology is a beautiful thing.
There you go. Thank you. Your Worship, councilors, city staff, thank you for tonight's presentation opportunity. I am just going to handle the controller, and my colleague Bill Shank, the organizer chair of the 2024 World Rowing Championship, will do our presentation this evening.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, councilors, it's always a pleasure to come in front of council and speak on something that's dear to my heart, and I hope is as well to the rest of the people in the room. Tonight I brought some members of our World Rowing Committee with us tonight in support of the presentation, and so I thank them for attending as well. And I thank everyone for listening to the report as we get started here. If you remember, just a short time ago, which was April of 2019, we came to the council with an idea about having this event. And so this event was unanimously supported by council of the day, and that we went together with the mayor to make the presentation, and we were very successful in obtaining the rights to have that. So as a result of that, 2024, August 18th to the 25th, the Mega World Championships, the largest rowing championships, will be held over 8 days. We're expecting 80 countries, as well as 2,500 athletes. To put that in perspective, the 2,500 athletes is about the same size as the Henley Regatta, but we have all the elite athletes that will be here competing. We're anticipating about 750 volunteers again, and we're hoping that with the attendance of about 3,000 spectators a day will be in attendance. And that's based on previous numbers for the events, as well as when we had the championships here in 1999, the numbers were higher than that, so we went in with a conservative number at this point based on our budgeting. As you can see by the picture in front of us, the picture shows what the Henley Regatta looks like with the amount of boats, the parking lot filled, and the Henley Rowing Course, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, and that we expect it to be that full again, but this time it will be just for the athletes and the athletes alone on Henley Island. That area will still be filled up with the same amount of boats, cars, and everything else that takes place. We'll have many more tents for putting press areas in, as well as athlete tents and communication for around the course. One of the highlights of the event was that through the work of the Canada Summer Games, we were able to get the Neil Campbell Rowing Center, state-of-the-art facility, 1,300 square feet, which has won 2 awards already for the design and build of it. We also won another international award that will be awarded in November over in Germany, and so we're very excited about the use of this facility, and I'm sure many of you around the room have had the opportunity to go down and experience this wonderful site. This also provides year-round training for the local athletes. Historically, the Henley rowing venue has been host to many events. In 1967, we had the first championship event. 1970, the first, which was the World Rowing's 3rd World Championship. So we were on the radar very early with 1970. 1993, we were host for the World University Games out of Buffalo. 1999 was the first championship since 1970, which was a very well event, very well received. We've been able to build on all the different events as we keep going forward with legacy for the 2010 World Masters Regatta, the 2015 Pan Am Games, and last year we were successful with the 2022 Canada Summer Games. All of these events keep the rowing facility on Henley Island up to the Class A World Rowing Standard for hosting international events. We also host many other local events, the Canadian High School Championships and the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. Built in 1930, the Henley Grandstand, the Craig Swayze Memorial Grandstand was built. It holds about 2,500 people. This will be one of the focal points for our VIP and our Platinum sponsors, as well as a viewing area for the athletes and a press center. Medal presentations will take place in the grandstand during the event. Much similar to 1999, we're having a festival. The festival will take place in Rennie Park. Those who remember back in 1999, the rowing events all took place in the morning, and thus the festival in the park didn't turn out the way we had hoped for. One of the changes with the mega event is it starts at 9 o'clock in the morning. Racing will continue all day long, and so the opportunity of keeping people in Port Dalhousie will be much more exciting than it was previously in 1999. We're hoping to host VIP Gold spectator seating will be available. We'll have a 4-day outdoor festival with live entertainment, artisans, food and beverage, hospitality, spectator activations, as well as official merchandise will be available for sale. Pretty excited about that opportunity. One of the things that we're experiencing, and so I heard just last week from World Rowing, is that we're having an athletes village at Brock University. And we went to the World Rowing people and they said, well, we've never had that before. And so we're pretty excited about the opportunity of housing all these athletes under one roof at Brock University, working very closely with the university to make that happen, and realizing that this event is close to the start of the school year at the university. And so we've had to do quite a bit of coordination to make sure that that was possible for all the athletes to stay at the village. If for some reason that there's an overflow and that we get more than the 2,500 and Brock can accommodate it, we've been working with Niagara College as a secondary site for housing the athletes. So not ideal, but it'd make a big event if we had more than the 2,500 people. We're already getting inquiries from countries. Australia, New Zealand have already inquired. We've also had some of the European countries inquiring about when can they come in, where can they train, and where's the sites and who to contact for that. And so we reached out early on. We're working with South Niagara Rowing for test events, for pre-events and training sites. We're also working with Row Ontario to help with other places around Ontario. We do realize that some of the teams will go to different places in the States to acclimatize before they travel up to Henley. Like with any other event, there's always pre-event fundraising and community engagement, and so this event is no different. And so we're looking to have the Bare Naked Ladies concert on April 25th, 2024, taking place at the Meridian Center. We're hoping to sell 4,600 tickets, giving us some sponsorship opportunities, and it'll be a first appearance at the Meridian Center for the Bare Naked Ladies, who are currently on tour with a new album that's just been released. So one of the ventures that we're coming up with as far as fundraising. The other one is the Alumni and Community at Large event. And so it was very nicely put this together as Orsum Summer Golf Tournament. And this will be taking place June 21st at Thundering Waters. And we're just getting that organized now. I think the information is already on our website in regards to that. We're looking at putting in a reception on a concert on July 26th with Stephen Page at the Performing Arts Center, another big name that has performed in the area. And we're doing this in collaboration with the Canadian Olympic Commission for the 1984 Olympic celebration. And so 1984 was a big year in rowing, and we're hoping to bring back some of those athletes to be part of that. It's also the first day of the 2024 Paris Olympic program. We're expecting that we can bring in about 250 alumni and guests, and selling 500 tickets to the public for this event. So the event strategic and economic benefits, and so there are many benefits from hosting these. And so one of the things that people always say is, really, do we see any benefit out of hosting these events? And so I'm here to tell you that I think that we do see a lot of a benefit. And so we expect to see an increase in economic activity, the social and community legacy, the volunteer and community development. And with any other of these events that we've hosted in the past, we've relied heavily on our volunteers to run these events. And this will again give us an opportunity to renew our volunteers, that we have some of the best volunteers anywhere in the world, that we want to keep that up to make sure that that continues. Rowing has been a legacy in the community, and so in order to do that, we need first-class facilities, and that this allows us, by having events such as this, to do that, as well as part of the program that we're developing, and part of the things that World Rowing requests of us is that we run an athlete development. And so we will be working with not only for the athletes to develop, but we'll be working with officials from across the country doing a training session so that they can keep up the standards and work with them. We're also working with some of the developing nations so that they can participate at this event. As part of the request, anytime we do an event, when we're putting a report together, the STEAM data report is from the Conference Board of Canada. It's been very well accepted across events when they're trying to put them together. I'm sure some people are going to tell me there's other ways of creating reports around this. And so through the data that we inputted into this report, we see a benefit of $17.5 million for St. Catharines, $21.5 million for Ontario, and $25.3 million for Canada. These figures are a combination of operations, capital, and visitor spend. Why are we here tonight? We're looking for municipal support and request that fee waivers and in-kind be presented. And so I'll talk about some of the things that we're looking for. The Meridian Center, as I talked about, we're hosting an event there. We're looking for a facility and housing operation cost, read the fundraising concert. Municipal Works Department. There's overgrown vegetation that needs to be removed in Rennie Park and Rennie Island so the spectators can view the course properly. Garbage removal in Rennie Park, Rennie Island for the festival. And in the last few years, there's been quite a few memorial benches placed in Rennie Park and on the island, and requests that we can have those temporarily removed for the events for the spectator viewing areas. We're also looking to put up pageantry in Port Dalhousie. As many are aware that there's posts that have street banners on, so the City of St. Catharines looks after the installation and takedown of those banners as well. Part of the facilities that we're looking to use, and so Dalhousie House for some storage during the event. Rennie Park for a special event permit for the festival. JC Park will be one of the main parking lots that we use for visitor parking. Rennie Island will be the main special event area, which will need to be permitted for the festival. And on Main Street, the Craig Swayze Memorial Grandstand, we're looking for some parking spots on the street to be opened or closed so that we can have shuttle buses stop out in front of the grandstand. And we'd like to continue working with the communications, promotion, and distribution that the City of St. Catharines has been working with us on since we put the initial bid together. We're also looking for some municipal support for a request. And so we're looking for $100,000 as a cash contribution. This would go for the Rennie Park Fan Festival, which will take place from the 21st to the 24th of August in 2024. It'll help us offset the cost of the headliner talent, the local talent, Indigenous talent, and the interactive community engagement activities. And so some of the early things that we're hearing about for the Fan Festival are quite exciting, and so I think that we can hardly wait to announce some of the things that are possible out of that. We are fortunate that on August 24th, we had the local, provincial, and federal representatives, along with the mayor and some of the councilors, attend a one-year-out kickoff flag-raising event in the Neil Campbell Training Center. And so at that, the one-year kickoff, we were able to have the provincial government talk about the $800,000 that they've invested in the event, the federal government investment of $1 million. I'd also like to mention that we're going to the regional council as well with another presentation. That presentation will be taking place in November the 9th as part of the continued ask. Along the way, we were told that we could expect support from the federal and provincial government. We've been putting grant applications in for various other things to help to offset some of the costs. To date, we have been unsuccessful in trying to do that, but we will continue to work all avenues and all opportunities for fundraising events for the event. So I'd like to thank you. I'm sure I went over my time limit on when I'm allowed to speak, but again, I think there's a lot of excitement about the event in 2024 and the opportunity to host the World back here in St. Catharines. So thank you for your time, and I guess we entertain any questions that we would have.
Thank you, Mr. Shank. We will look to Councillor Garcia, followed by Councillor Townsend, and then Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I wanted to thank Bill and the full committee for all the hard work you've put into this. I know you started a long time ago, and I know how hard you work on this. I strongly support having the Worlds here, and I think you have a great plan. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. First of all, I'm glad you did the economic impact analysis, because that's something I had contacted our economic development department about, because it's not just what happens there, but the multiplier effect that happens throughout the community because of the restaurants, hotels, etc. While I talk about hotels, obviously our hotels are going to benefit. I hope that most of the guests that come with athletes will stay here. But I did have a discussion with our Director of Planning earlier about the fact that I want to make sure that we communicate properly to the community at large the rules in terms of the bylaws that we have that govern short-term rentals and B&Bs, because obviously some of the people are not going to be at hotels, they're going to be at these places. And there has been some confusion as to what licenses are required and so on. So we want to make sure that there is a firm list out there and that people understand what they can do and cannot do and who's available. The only other comment I wanted to make, two other comments. I'm glad to hear that you're doing things to keep people in port longer, because of course that helps our businesses. And I know that in 1999, I did hear some complaints about the fact that because of security and whatever, that they didn't get the flow of people that they expected. So that's great to hear. Last but not least, you talked about the banners, and I've been working with our staff now for several years to increase and bring back the number of flower baskets that we have on the poles, and I will make sure that we have as many flower baskets as possible on all of the poles leading to Henley Island. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Just to make everyone aware, we are working with Heart and Niagara for hotels, and we have made arrangements for the umpire officials to be staying at the Best Western. We're working with the Holiday Inn, as well as the other hotels in the area, to make sure that we can maximize the number of rooms out that we do have in there. So that I thought I'd share with you. And so, again, we want to continue working with city staff. And so if they're talking about issues around bed and breakfast and stuff like that, whatever we can do to make sure that we stay transparent with everyone, as well as any other communication with the residents of Port Dalhousie. One of the things I didn't mention is on Canal Street last time we put out floating bleachers we had 3 of them there. We're not doing that this year. The growth at the end of the course is such that you can't see down the course. So again, when we close that street off, we'd still probably like to close the street off, but it'd be only during racing times. And so as we get closer to the details on that, we'll keep you posted on what we're doing. So just so that the residents of Port Dalhousie have free access around.
All right, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Thank you, Bill, for all the work that you and your crew have done over the last few years and ensuring that we would be securing the 2024 World Rowing Championships. I was a kid in '99 when I went down to watch, and it's quite a spectacle. My question is in regards to the funding. Have you submitted any applications yet, or maybe it's too early, to the province of Ontario or the federal government? I know the province has the Celebration Grant, and the federal grant is I believe it's a tourism relief fund. Have applications been put in? Are we expecting any support from higher levels of government, including the Niagara region?
So we were successful with Sport Ontario in getting a grant, and so that's the $800,000. And we also were successful with Sport Canada on funding. And so we were just turned down on Trillium. So we had a Trillium application in. So we were turned down on Friday for that because they said we didn't meet the guidelines. We've also been turned down on a greening initiative grant that we put forward for the Finnish Tower. And so we will continue to apply for all the programs that are available. And we've reached out to both the federal and provincial people to assist us in trying to attract other grants where we may be able to apply for. And so where everyone was excited about it when we put the initial bid in, that the support would be there. We understand how tight things are for not only municipalities, but the region, but the provinces as well. Trying to get funds at this point has been extremely difficult. And so we'll continue to work on any avenue that people tell us about for making applications.
Thank you for that. And can I ask, have you had a meeting with Minister Lumsden yet about that? Can you appeal that? Because that sounds, I'm actually surprised to hear that were.
So it's my understanding that once the Trillium grants are announced, the funds are used up, and then that's the end of that. So there has been conversations back and forth with the minister about our event and support that he may or be able to do to help us out with it.
Thank you.
So
That's
at this
great.
point, there's no application, but there's conversation.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for that. The in-kind, I noticed the 77,000. Was that figure provided to you by your city staff?
We've been working very closely with city staff on trying to come up with some actual dollar figures based on their information for current values that they put out, and so that's the number that we've come up with working with them. Okay, I guess, yeah, through you, I guess I was surprised the 77, because I know the Meridian Center has a pretty high cost based on my previous experiences with my other question is in regards to the parking. I know that there's an ask for JC Park. Will there be a cost? If so, for parking, what would the cost? Do we have an idea of how much it's going to cost for parking per day? So right now, we ran that question by World Rowing to see what other events have done. It's my understanding that there can be a cost for parking to help offset some of our expenses. What that dollar figure is going to be and where it's at this point, we haven't finalized that, but it's anticipated to help offset some of the costs we'll be charging for parking. Thank you. So I guess you've already answered my question, is that any proceeds raised from parking would go back into the the rowing for to cover the costs. My last question is in regards to one of the conversations I've had with people about the 99 World Rowing Championships was, to Councillor Garcia's point, was ensuring that people would stay in Port Dalhousie and spend their money in port. I like the idea of the festival or the event that you're throwing down there. Is there going to be a type of advertising to advertise those local businesses? Because I'm sure they're going to wonder, the Scorecard Harrys, the Kilton Clovers, the Twisted Pigs, and the port side. They're all going to be wondering, how is this going to impact us? Is there a strategy when it comes to promoting those? So I'll answer the first part of the question. I'm going to let Vit talk about that because that's what she's working on. And so in 1999, we heard a lot of complaints. We heard complaints about parking. The Standard wrote us up saying we didn't have a parking plan. We had a parking plan in place that no one went to the parking lots. People stayed away because they were told that there was no parking plan. They kept reading that in the Standard. We have a plan in place. We're looking at using St. Francis. We're looking at using Bill Burgoyne. We're working closely with some of the local malls about using them for parking lots and shuttling. We're working on a busing plan currently to make that happen. And so we're trying to eliminate as much traffic as we can in Port Dalhousie by putting in a solid plan for parking. So that has come up. The other issue was in 1999, it was the first time we ran a large World Rowing Championship. We had grandiose plans of what we thought would work, but we also had a lot of the local business in Port Dalhousie that didn't get on side. They weren't part of it. They just thought that they could sit back and everyone was going to come to their facilities. And that didn't happen. And then it was our fault because it didn't happen. I'll agree that the event stopped at 12 o'clock, 12:30, 1 o'clock during those days, and people left. But there was a lot of other areas that experienced great things from having that event in 1999. Niagara Falls saw a big boom in the amount of people that went there. The local winery saw a big boom in people shopping there. We also saw the Penn Center had some record sales in some of the stores and some of the apparel that they had that the people could take home. So we did see the economic uptake. It just wasn't in Port Dalhousie. And so, again, I'm saying that maybe Port Dalhousie needs to get involved with us and be part of the event rather than sitting back expecting everyone to come. And I'll let Vic talk about what's going on in the marketing.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Townsend. Just finished putting pen to paper on our advertising campaign, which will start in April, and it's a very robust campaign, taking us all the way through to August to the event date, covering our ticketing strategy, covering the festival, and actually covering the actual championships. It's very robust. We're spending a good $150,000. However, the return is almost $600,000 in value in kind from our advertising partners. So it's going to be a very robust campaign. You're going to see digital, social, print, all mediums, including outdoor billboards, a lot of wayfinding as well.
That's awesome. Thank you for all your work. And, you know, I do hope the businesses in Port Lucie as well jump on board. I'm sure Councillor Garcia and Councillor Williamson will also be reaching out to those businesses to show their support. I look forward to attending. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Kushner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because Brock University is involved with the Athletes Village, I have to declare a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Phillips. Can we open Councillor Phillips' mic?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. As far as media coverage is concerned, what do you expect nationally for media as far as television is concerned?
Through the mayor to Councillor Phillips. We did a lot of learning with the Canada Games, and of course with COVID, we understand that our consumer are taking in their content very different than in previous years. So linear TV is not something that we are going to proceed with. It will be 100% digital streamed on all different platforms. And this is actually a directive from the World Rowing as well. So working here with Niagara College, as you know, they lead. They're second to none in that field. So we'll be working directly with their professing, their team, and their students to execute in a phenomenal streaming program. And if you know anything about the Canada Games, we did a benchmark there, and they'll never go back to linear TV again. So this is our way forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
As far as World Rowing is concerned, do they contribute funds towards running this, or are they just hoping that we're going to?
So World Rowing, through the mayor to Councillor Phillips, World Rowing contributes nothing. All they do is take.
Just have a nice time. As you know, Bill, I'm on the St. Catharines Sports Hall of Fame Committee, and I invite you to make a presentation to us sometime to see in what way we can help you out. Because as you know, we've had a display of rowing at the Hall of Fame in the past. Unfortunately, we're not going to have one this time because we just had it a year or so ago. But there's lots of material at the museum, as you know, that we could use, that you might be able to use. And lastly, to Bill, councilors around the table and people watching at home, Bill just is not a local oars person. He is internationally recognized as a rowing expert. Bill, would you just kind of brag about yourself?
Thank you for that kind introduction. So for the last 8 years, I've sat on World Rowing's Events Commission. So the Events Commission is responsible for organizing and making sure that the World Rowing events come off without issues. And so I go in and do a site visit before. I have meetings virtually leading up to the event, and then during the event, everything funnels through the Events Commission on how the events run. And so all the other commissions report through us. And so for the last 8 years, I've been doing that. Next year, they snuck another event in for me, so I'll be doing World Cup 1, which World Rowing does 3 World Cups. And so this year I did World Cup 2. I'll be going back to Varese, Italy to make sure that event runs smoothly next year, because I didn't think I was quite busy enough with the 24 event that they needed to put another event on my plate. So I've been involved in rowing and organizing events, and so we went through the list of events. I've been involved in every one of those events as either the regatta chair or part of the member of the committee that's run those events. And so I've been the chairman of the Royal Canadian Regatta for the last 23 years. So I do have a little bit of experience in running and hosting events. And so I'm looking forward to having this event here in Niagara Maybe not so much as some of the other people, but I think I'm looking forward to the end of this one as well. So again, the world rowing and rowing has been in my blood since the 70s, and so I haven't been able to get away. So it's been part of what I do.
Thank you. I think it's safe to say we're in pretty safe hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters, Viv and Bill. I'm struggling to phrase this as a question, but it's been said that it takes a village to raise a child, and it seems to me it takes more than a village to host a World Championships. And I think, Bill, this is my question. You can disagree or agree with me on this. One of the items that's not monetized or talked about in here is the large group of volunteers that we have locally and the institutional knowledge that people have in running regattas like we have established over the years and developed over the years. So it's really difficult to put a number on that, I guess, but there's significant value in terms of, I mean, not just monetarily, but the involvement of everybody that comes together to pull an event of this scale off. I'm not sure what my question is, but you could try to respond.
Through the mayor to Councillor Williamson, I think I'll try this one. And so with every event that we host here, there's different little things that take place. And so for this event being the Mega Worlds event, we reached out early on to Sport Niagara. And so we've contracted Sport Niagara to be part of the event under World Rowing. And so as such, they bring an expertise to the event that we would not normally do for some of the other regattas like the Henley Regatta. And so having a fit, her team, and the rest of the people at Sport Niagara part of this event, it's helped us to move it forward to the level that it needs to be. We use these events to train volunteers, bring in new volunteers, and there's been a lot of excitement from the community from the Canada Summer Games. I have a lot of people that have reached out to me saying, what can I do to be part of this event? And so we have a core group of people that come out and do all the different events on Henley and Schoolboy and all the other events. And so we're grateful for all those volunteers. And I'm here to say that regattas in St. Catharines couldn't be run without the volunteer support that we do have. If we had to pay everyone to do everything, we wouldn't have the rowing venue that we do have here. It's through the work of all the volunteers. And so like everyone else, I'm a volunteer for this. I've always been a volunteer. And there's a dedicated core group of people that have continued to do this, whether it's keeping the upkeep, the maintenance on the island, or running events. And so, again, it's an opportunity for us to recruit and bring in new volunteers for the event.
Thank you. One of the trends in rowing is towards this coastal rowing, and there's been world championships recently, and people have been sharing pictures of these oars. People, some of us can barely get a blade in and out of the water on flat water, and they're rowing through the surf, and it's pretty crazy stuff. Would Lakeside Park have the capacity to host, I know we've done some small-scale events, would it be possible to do some coastal events locally?
Through the mayor to Councillor Williamson, last week it was announced that coastal rowing will be, the flat beach sprints will be part of the Olympics in LA. And so World Rowing is working very hard to create events leading up to that. And so Lakeside Park has hosted some smaller events for Canadians. And so there was a Canadian series that was hosted with one of the stops being in St. Catharines. There is a huge opportunity for this to grow and expand, and there'll be a lot of effort pushed toward that to make sure that it stays in the forefront. As everyone realizes that there is a lot of competition right now to try and get events into and sports into the Olympics, and this will be one way that rowing can stay part of the Olympic program.
Good, thank you. And last question, just a simple one. Rennie Park, yeah, we planted through an NPCA program a number of years back some pollinators. It's obviously become overgrown, and it's kind of a thicket up there. So the plan would be that you'd have to trim that off, and this is where there'll be a fan fest on Rennie Island as well as in Rennie Park, or am I misreading that?
So we've been working with park staff, and we don't believe we have to cut down all the butterfly gardens. We're going to actually be able to use them as barriers to where we use. Okay. Rennie Park itself will be where the Fan Fest is, the island, and so at some point in time, someone's got to come up with a name for the island, and so everyone talks about the Rennie Island extension or whatever it is. So at some point in time, it should come on the agenda here that we put a name to that island.
Shink Island?
And so, so we're using the butterfly areas as pathways, and so there will be some that's cut down, but again, we're not looking to cut it all down for the event.
Yeah, and well, it's not in very good condition, and there's lots of other, it was originally a native species, and now it's
just being overgrown.
It's
Right.
not in very good shape, but.
Yeah, we did a walk a couple weeks ago with the parks people.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Schenk and Ms. Wixton.
Thank you very much for listening.
At this time, can I get a counselor to move the motion to receive the presentation? Counselor Harris, seconded by Counselor Dodge. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And there is a recommendation in the report, which is up on the screen now. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that? Counselor Garcia, Counselor Williamson. All right, any questions, comments, concerns with respect to the motion on the screen? Seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Garcia.
A big yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to item 9.2, engineering facilities and environmental services, asset management and GIS, and financial management services 2023 asset management plan for remaining assets. Oh, everybody wasn't here for the asset management plan conversation? I'm so sad. Regional Councilor Rigby, have a wonderful evening. Wasn't listening. All right. Prior to discussing the report, I will look to Anthony Martuccio, first of all, to our Director of Engineering Facilities and Environmental Services to provide introductory comments. And then once Mr. Martuccio is done, I will look to Richard Pinder and Zachary Francisco from GM Blue Plan Engineering Limited to provide a presentation. Mr. Martuccio.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, and residents. The city owns a wide variety of assets that allows us to deliver the many programs and services that we are able to provide to our residents, businesses, and visitors. Our asset management program provides information needed to make the best decisions about these assets and the services they provide. Council can show support, commitment to continuous improvement of the asset management programs by supporting asset management policies, processes, and systems, along with the endorsement of the asset management plan. This helps to ensure that decisions are customer-focused, defendable, transparent, and aligned with the city's strategic priorities. Asset management plans are a valuable tool to council as it consolidates the data and information needed to make effective decisions that are evidence-based about our assets. In 2021, the city developed an asset management plan for our core assets and set a framework to align our asset management program with requirements of OREG 588-17. Since then, under the guidance of GM Blue Plan, the city has used these same principles to develop an asset management plan for the remaining city-owned assets. The plan provides information on existing inventories by service area, asset condition, and other service levels, along with current life cycle activities and the associated costs required to maintain these assets in a similar condition. Staff from GM Blue Plan are here tonight to introduce the latest asset management plan for the city's remaining assets. The plan is an important document that is aimed to improve the management of our infrastructure, allow us to make better investment decisions, and help reduce risks so that we can provide reliable and affordable services to our residents.
Thank you, Mr. Martuccio. And now Mr. Pinder and Mr. Francisco. I saw you both preparing to come up, and I was frustrated for you as Mr. Martuccio just kept talking and talking and talking. Nice. Gentlemen, the mic is yours.
I think it's okay, right? Yeah.
Thank you for the introduction. Mayor, Council, staff, on behalf of Zach and myself, we are honored to be here this evening to table the 2023 Asset Management Plan for remaining assets. Our agenda this evening will be as follows: our introductions and a key message, as well as the asset management overview, where the city is currently and as it pertains to the Ontario Regulation 588/17. We will highlight the 2023 remaining asset plan, which will include evaluation, state of the assets, level of service, lifecycle management, and financial strategy. We will end with an improvement plan and next steps. The City of St. Catharines community members want a safe and sustainable services in a predictable and cost-effective manner that contributes to the quality of life. The asset management plan is asset management is an active and ongoing activity to ensure the city can deliver services to their citizens. Asset management plan formalizes existing practices that gives information needed to make informed investment decisions. It helps the city determine how best to invest their assets so that community members can continue to enjoy the services and amenities that contribute to their quality of life. The purpose of an asset management plan is to meet the Ontario regulation as set out in OREG 588/17. The city has already met the 2019 requirements with their asset management policy, and they've met the 2022 requirements with the 2021 core assets asset management plan. We'll review the differences between core and non-core in the upcoming slides. Both of these asset management plans have a baseline for the current level of service. These asset management plans are meant to serve as a baseline for where the city is now, guided with the current available information, provides a basis of assessing the impacts to the investments to the city, and provide a tool to support evidence-based decision-making. Simply put, are you sufficiently funding your assets to ensure their condition does not get worse? An asset management plan is not meant to replace operational plans, nor is it meant to replace work programs or your annual budgets. It's there to support all those programs. As you can see with the OREG, there's also a requirement in 2025 where the city will include target level of service and affordability for those targets. This asset management plan aligns with the strategic plan and the core 2021 asset management plan. In 2021, the asset management plan included your core assets of water, wastewater, storm, roads, bridges, and structures. By meeting the regulatory requirements and being compliant, this allows the city to access provincial funding. Other benefits of an asset management plan include increased alignment between business units and departments, better understanding what the city owns, why the city owns them and the condition they're in. It understands what the cost will be to maintain this condition, and also recommends improvements to manage the assets. This asset management plan includes the remaining assets, which include buildings and facilities, corporate fleet, culture assets, fire services, information technology, natural assets, parking services, and park. This asset management plan, alongside the 2021 core asset plan, is the first step in an ongoing process to continuously refine, report, and improve how the city manages their assets. Based on the analysis performed to date, the city has a total portfolio worth $5.12 billion, core assets making up $5.89 billion, while the remaining assets have $1.14 billion. All dollar values are in 2023 dollars. To further understand how the remaining assets are divided amongst the remaining assets, we have a pie chart here illustrating that facilities and buildings make up 47%, while natural assets at 21%, your parks at 15%, parking services at 8%, fire services at 4%, We have information technology and corporate fleet at 2%, and culture making up 1%. Should be noted that these are based on replacement value. Throughout the asset management plan, you'll see condition ratings on remaining assets. To differentiate the condition, we have used color-coded graphs and tables throughout the asset management plan. The condition ratings are based on remaining life and are divided into 5 categories. Those categories include very good, good, fair, poor, and very poor. Within the condition rating definitions, we've included the percentages which make up the remaining life, as well as the description. An asset that is new or been recently rehabilitated will receive a rating of very good, while an asset that is beyond its service life, perhaps its deteriorations or its imminent failure, would receive one of very poor. We have used parks as an illustration for condition rating. The percentage, again, are based on replacement value. You'll see 38% of the parks are in very good condition, 4% of the assets are in good, 21% fair, 17% poor, 26% rated as very poor. You'll also see 2% of the assets is unknown, where performance or condition or an appropriate estimate wasn't available, the conditions reported as unknown. This slide depicts the current condition portfolio for the remaining assets as a percentage of the replacement value. This is a high-level evaluation to show the comparison between remaining asset service sectors. There's a lot more further understanding within the asset management plan on how these are divided amongst. These percentages will fluctuate over time based on inflation, perhaps changing technologies. We also have environmental conditions, and as we improve data accuracy. Again, I'd like to reiterate that these are conditions represented as a percentage of age, percentage of the replacement value, and again, where we had no performance or condition rating, we gave it an estimate updated as unknown. Climate change is important to the city and has an impact on the assets and services. There's been a lot more extreme precipitation and extreme heat. Climate change is committed in your asset management policy, continuing to enhance how climate change is brought into asset management planning, both through mitigation and adaptation. The city's response to these categories will require a variety of strategies depending on the assets and how you'll manage them. In addition, the city not only need to consider impacts for existing infrastructure, but also future infrastructure as well. The city continues to build upon the work previously done to develop the corporate climate adaptation plan and the more detailed adaptation plan prepared for the city's water, wastewater infrastructure portfolio. The resulting strategies and implementation costs identified within the adaptation plan should be integrated into the city's budget framework. This plan continues to work on the work stated in 2021 with the core asset management plan. This is incorporating decision-making tools to inform and support decisions made by staff and council. This plan talks a lot about level of service. Level of service is what is the service you're providing to the community. To measure the level of service, you must find a way to track performance. While performance sounds easy and simple, it's not. There's numerous ways to calculate and track performance. Customers want to know if they have quality services available when they need them. So in this example here, customers want access to quality and reliable facilities. Therefore, we track the performance of these assets. We track the percentage of the assets that are in fair or better condition. Then over time, you can really look at if you maintain that level of service, if it's getting worse or better. There's also a balancing act here between the desired level of service and the cost to deliver the service, as well as the risk. Asset management plan is a living document, and these concepts will continue to enhance and develop as you continue to evolve and enhance your asset management program. In order to maintain a level of service of your assets, you must have a life cycle management strategy. Simply put, This is required to understand the true cost of your assets, comparing costs from conception to disposal of the assets. Initial purchase cost counts for only a portion of the true asset cost. We accomplish this by understanding the true cost. So through non-infrastructure solutions such as master plans or condition assessments or policies. When it comes to maintenance, what maintenance do you do and when do you do it? There's rehab and rehabilitation repairs that you would do on assets. When do you do this compared to replacement of an asset? We also like to incorporate expansion when you look to expand services or address growth and demands. Last but not least, there's also disposal of assets when they're no longer needed at the end of their life. The asset management plan also has a financial forecast section. The current level of service is the cost to maintain the current portions of assets in poor and better condition. This chart again is only for the remaining assets. You will see three lines on this graph. The solid black line is the anticipated budget, while the dotted blue line is the actual cost to maintain your current level of service, while the red dotted line is the average annual cost to address your backlog. From the work completed to date, the anticipated budget is not enough to maintain the level of service and will not address the backlog. It should also be noted that the cost of operating and maintenance was estimated utilizing historic expenditures. This plan recommends utilizing your asset-centric work computerized maintenance management system in order to tie information to the day-to-day activities to the assets and leverage this information as we move forward with asset management planning. The implementation of the new ARM software system will help the city advance in this type of planning. Operation and maintenance activities, despite the critical role they play in ensuring the longevity and optimal performance of the assets, are underfunded to provide proper life cycle maintenance and maximize the service life of your assets. With the implementation of ARMS software, the city will have better captured data to undertake a more thorough review of budget requirements when it comes to operation and maintenance activities. The city has updated their asset management plan to include the remaining assets. The asset management will be finalized once approval by council, and once approved, being shared and communicated as per the Ontario regulation. This will have you compliant for the 2024 requirements, looking forward to the 2025. As mentioned before, asset management plan is a living document, and asset management is a continuous journey. This can only be achieved if you're using the best information, resources, tools available to support the decision making. The last section of an asset management plan is the improvement plan. This plan was based on best available data. The city's information will be improved and enhanced with the implementation of the ongoing computerized maintenance management systems and decision support. As the city progresses on their asset management journey, gains more knowledge of the systems and what is important to customers, this will be through customer engagement and master service plans. You can build on what you have here. This includes analyzing life cycle and costs. Through up-to-date condition assessments, studies, modeling that incorporate growth and climate change, and supporting it with the resources as decision-making tools and staffing, you will only improve. So next steps. The next iteration of the asset management plan is updated and include the proposed or set target levels for the 2025. This will be required after 2025 to do it every 5 years. On top of that, starting in 2026, city is required to provide council with an updated asset management progress annually. I think I'm over my time. However, Zach and I are here to answer any questions you may have.
For a topic of this import, we'll give you a little bit of extra time. It's no big deal.
Well, there's other people left.
All right, Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. It was a longer document to read, and I think that speaks to how much work went into it, so thanks. It is really exciting to see the true costs of city infrastructure and our assets. At the beginning, in the summary, you talk a little bit about the shortfall. So just the numbers here. You include a recommendation of $128 million annual funding to maintain service levels and $173 million of annual funding to address backlog. And currently, the city anticipates $108 million of average annual funding. So, like just quick math, that looks like a $20 million deficit just to maintain levels of service. And then if we want to address, and like that kind of makes sense to me. Like level of service makes sense to me. I'd like to know a little bit more about like what we can expect what residents can expect on a day-to-day interaction with our services or with our assets, what that looks like if we don't spend 20 million more annually. But the backlog, so it looks like $45 million deficit to address the backlog. And that's less clear to me what that means. So like in my house, if I don't address the backlog, it gets worse and worse and worse and more expensive down the road. Is that the case with our city assets?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Reslov. Basically, answer your question, yes, if you do not address the backlogs, just like your house, things will get worse.
Right.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to expand on that. So to address the backlog is, if you see all the red, that mean assets that are past their service lives and very poor, that contributes to that backlog, as well as any annual costs coming up throughout the life cycle. So today an asset might be in fair condition, but over time it's gonna deteriorate in performance, or it may not be meeting the community's expectations down the road. And so we'll be tracking that, and part of the today cost, that's very poor, plus any upcoming life cycle costs have been included in that backlog. And what that means is comparing that to the cost to maintain. So we're maintaining poor or better. So you'll consistently see that very poor the same over that 10-year period. That backlog, if you were to spend that much money, you would see no red. So if you're okay with the service levels today, that might be, and this ties into when you get to the 2025 requirements, you're going to achieve proposed levels of service, and you can propose to either maintain your levels of service or let things get a little bit worse. And what that means, it might vary depending on the service area. So for your critical services, your critical assets, think of your high-profile facilities, your emergency service vehicles and things like that. You'll want to make sure that those are in good condition. But say your park benches or any of your like lower critical assets, they may be okay to defer the funding and spend a little bit more time to get there. And that's all built into the different funding scenarios. So in 2025, you'll see a third line on that graph, which you have the ability to set.
Yeah, that was my next question. Can you just share a little bit more about 2025 and those targets and what we can expect?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so you have a year to digest this. Staff will have another round to update the data and rerun the analysis, and you'll have that opportunity to decide what, factoring in affordability, what is the city's plan and what are you going to propose you achieve. So it's up to the discussions between councilors and staff to decide what that target is.
That's helpful. I had two other questions. The one is just a small question about the area in the report that has the least amount of information is the trees. And I just imagine that's because they're hard to evaluate and there's a lot of them. Is that the case?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, your forestry staff are doing a great job. So on the the assets that do have condition, it's really good condition, even comparing to other municipalities that are collecting a lot of good stuff. It is just really resource intensive, so they are working towards getting it complete. It's just, yeah, it'll take a little bit of time to get there, but what you do have, where you have it, it's good.
Yeah, the last question might be for 2025, which seems like a long ways away when we talk about targets. But like, I'm just wondering if this report and this plan, like how it connects with planning. And so, you know, now that we have the true cost of some of our assets and the true cost of water, roads, like, do we then consider that when we're approving developments? Right, like if a development isn't going to create the tax base to address the true costs of the infrastructure required to service that neighborhood or that building, like, is that a consideration? Maybe this is to city staff. Like, will that be a consideration, or how will that play into planning? Because yeah, there are some municipalities that have hired consultants to do an audit of the city and where the city is actually making money on their developments and where the city is losing money on their developments. And I just see this plan as being a really crucial tool to making some of those decisions, to helping us better make decisions about what developments are going to be financially sustainable from a city's perspective and which ones are less sustainable.
So, Councillor, I'm actually going to ask, maybe we can hold that to the next meeting. I think that's,
that's what I
a
was
broader
wondering.
staff question that I think we can leave
That's
with
fine.
staff to bring back.
Yeah, thanks for all your work. This is concerning, but also really helpful. Thanks.
The words you were looking were eye-opening.
But we appreciate you reading it.
Councillor Kushner is next. I will remind council, we are going to be revisiting this at the next council meeting, so questions to staff are better left to that time, and maybe by email in advance, just so they have a little bit of time to prepare for them. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is certainly not a good news presentation. You've indicated that we are very poor in 3 areas. Number 1, the corporate fleet. Number 2, fire services. And I think the biggest deficiency is in parks. How do we compare with other municipalities?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Pretty comparable. A lot of, especially with these remaining assets, it's the first time most municipalities are doing this exercise for that. It's been a lot of ad hoc and reactive planning around these assets. So it's good that you're bringing it to the forefront now and bringing it a part of that like core infrastructure, like those processes. So good news in that respect, in terms of we're talking about it now. It's eye-opening, but it's transparent. In terms of the proportion in very poor, it's not. There are similar municipalities in the same boat. Some are doing better, some are doing worse. I wouldn't say you guys are like far worse than others. I would say pretty comparable.
Okay, I gather this information would be very effective in dealing with upper levels of government to get grants. Thank you.
Councillor Kushner, you read my mind. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you. When you do this analysis, I'll use fire services for an example. We're just building a new fire station, as you know. Following that one, there's probably going to be another one built in the West End. We're talking about replacing our Division 1 fire hall. When you look at fire services as being very poor, the condition of our fire halls, is that a major component of determining that very poor analysis? Because we've spent a lot of money on fleet, and we've spent a lot of money on outfitting our firefighters to make sure they're safe in an environment that's dangerous. Granted, we haven't spent a lot of money on fire hall. Well, we have. We built one in Merritton not too long ago. But is that a deciding factor when you look at the fire hall, the condition of the fire halls?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair Phillips, yes, it is. It's and as Zach mentioned earlier, we don't like calling the remaining assets, but these have not been as well looked into over the past few years as the core assets from water, wastewater, transportation, roads, bridges. There's a lot of information, data on those the remaining assets. This is the first round for them to be captured within an asset management plan.
So basically, we'll say in 5 years, with new fire halls, that very poor is going to go up significantly.
To expand on that, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so and that's evident in the fire services section. If you look at the anticipated funding scenario, you see the allocation of the capital budget towards those facilities, and I believe there's a couple fire trucks as well that are past their service lives that are requiring updating. So a large portion of that fire services in very poor is being addressed in the coming years and is on your capital plan. So yeah, in current state, it doesn't look that good, but staff have been planning for it, and it is accounted for.
How do you determine a park is in very poor condition? I live in the North End in Grantham Ward. Walker's Creek Park, I was with my grandson the other day, and I was marveling at what wonderful condition the park was in, how it was maintained. And yet we have very poor conditions in other parks. What determines that? Condition of playground, or what is it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We break down a park into its components. So we're looking at the playgrounds, any of the courts, we call them the park amenities. There's also site works, so that could be your electrical light posts, things like that. So we're breaking it down into the specific either equipment or features of the park. The land itself is more of, if the grass is maintained and stuff like that, that's more of an operational and service delivery cost. So it depends how you look at the park. Back to the levels of service, we look at it in two ways. Community or customer focus, which looks at the perception of how residents see and are receiving the service. And then we look at it from the technical point of how staff measure to justify that they are delivering the service that the community expects. So to that point, when we're having those level of service discussions in the plan, if you see those levels of service, that's what those should be speaking towards.
Okay. Thank you. I'm very surprised at that grade for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Seeing no other hands raised, I want to thank the presenters for the presentation. As I said, very eye-opening, and appreciate the opportunity to ask questions. Can I get a councillor to move the motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Harris, Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And can I get a councillor to move the recommendation in the report, which is to refer to City Council for October 30th? Councillor Harris, Councillor Dodge. All right, it's a motion to refer, so there being no debate, I will look to the clerk to call the roll. Thanks, guys.
Councillor Harris? Yes. Councillor Dodge?
Mine's flashing. Maybe because you have yours on.
To speak.
Councillor Dodge, try yours again.
Yes.
There we go.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, at this time, I'm going to ask Deputy Mayor Phillips to take the chair as I will be moving the upcoming motion.
Thank you. Prior to discussing the motion, council will hear delegations from Dan McKnight and Jessica Riordon. So I now call Dan McKnight, please, to come forth. Is Dan here? Oh, he's behind me, I hope.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead.
Hi. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this important issue. And I'd like to just start off by saying I respect everybody's views on this issue. There are different views, and I respect them all. And I also want to say that I support truth and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. So a little background on who I am. I've lived in St. Catharines for 28 years. I have an honors Bachelor of Arts in Geography, and my thesis was in the historical geography of St. Catharines. So I have an interest in history. And I did send in some comments already, but I want to elaborate on two that I think are really critically important in this decision tonight. And they are historical significance and common ground. So I'll just talk to that and start with historical significance. Now, I understand the private Watson statue is the first memorial to a Canadian soldier ever erected. And this can be validated if you go to the Veteran Affairs Canada website. They have a database on military memorials, and I've looked at it extensively. And what I've seen is the Canadian Army started around 1871. The first major conflict that they were involved in was the Northwest Resistance. And therefore, Private Watson Memorial is the very first memorial to a Canadian soldier. And being the very first, that's significant. It's not just significant locally or provincially, but nationally significant. And I really want to highlight that before we make a decision tonight that may result in the disposal of this significant memorial. So that's something I want to do. The second thing I'd like to talk about is common ground. And as I mentioned, this is a contentious issue. There's strongly held views, and I respect those views. And they're very diverse views on this topic. So I think the key question is there common ground? That's a very key question. Is there any common grounds where we can be as inclusive as possible of everybody in the community? There are people that look at this memorial and they respect the fact that, Private Watson died in the line of duty. And, that's a view that's out there. And, there's other views as well. As you're in the motion, you can see that Watson's seen in a different light as well. So is there any common ground? And I really believe that there is in terms of this historical significance. Now, I understand the city did some consultation with stakeholders, including Indigenous groups, and the biggest area of consensus was 90% agreement that this memorial has historic significance. So I think we can build on that, and maybe we can make a memorial that includes everybody. That there's an Indigenous aspect to the memorial. The Private Watson Memorial is contextualized. I think there's a win-win for everybody that's out there. But I really think if you come down on one side or the other of the issue, it makes some people happy, but other people not happy. So is there any way we can come to a win-win? This is my suggestion, if possible. So in summary, I just want to say it's critically important to be aware that this memorial may have national historic significance in that it's the very first memorial to a Canadian soldier. And we may want to follow up on that with Veteran Affairs Canada, the Canadian War Museum. There may be funding available, federal funding available, that could help restore and contextualize this memorial. So with that, I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. McKnight. Any questions from council for Mr. McKnight? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the presenter, thank you for your presentation. You had mentioned that this was one of the first statues ever erected as a memorial to Canadian veterans, but are you in fact aware that this actual statue was relocated to City Hall, that it was actually originally erected in a different location?
It was erected originally not far from where it is right now. In about, I think, the 1930s, it was moved from where City Hall was before, just a bit further to the north where it is right now. I don't believe it was ever put in the cemetery. That was the original intention for it, but it was put on City Hall property back in 1886, in May of 1886, and it's been on City Hall property since then, although it may have moved a little bit, but it's been there since then. And I should say it's not one of the first, it is the first, and that's the whole key thing, it's the first, and that's significant.
Thank you, and I appreciate you acknowledging that it was supposed to go originally in the cemetery where the burial is, so okay, thank you.
That's true, that is very true.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Through you to Mr. McKnight. Can you please elaborate on your comment about it being the first? Are you saying the first in St. Catharines, or what do you mean by it was the first?
Okay, I appreciate that question. Thank you. I want to be really, really clear about this. The first in Canada, the first in Canada of a Canadian soldier, memorial to a Canadian soldier. So, yeah, it's not just local or provincial, it's national, from coast to coast. This is the very first one. And that is very significant. And I think that's something that really needs to be considered before you dispose of it. Because, you know, there are people, for example, in Saskatchewan, people in Manitoba, there's people that, you know, would have a feeling towards this particular monument because it's the very first. So thank you for the question.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to the presenter. If we were to move it from City Hall and place it at Victoria Lawn Cemetery, would you have any problem with that?
Mr. McKnight.
Oh, okay. The question is to me. Yes. Well, I do think it's important that the statue, it is where it is, and it's been there for 140 years. I think if you move it, then it loses its context. So, you know, for example, I mean, I have been to the cemetery where this was going to be potentially moved to. Watson's grave right now is in disrepair. There's something that was on top has been knocked over. So I'd be concerned that if it goes to, you know, some other place, it's no longer in the context it was before, and it might get forgotten and, you know, fall into disrepair that way.
Okay, thank you.
I think context is important. It's always been there. So I think it's good to keep it there if possible.
Thank you, Mr. McKnight. Any further questions? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, the presenter. I just wanted to confirm, or just to let you know, or are you aware that although he may be one of the first, that there was Sir George Etoun Cartier is more or less listed as the very first statue in Canada? And I'm just wondering if you're aware of that and how close these are together, but I mean, he might not actually be the first one in our city.
Okay, so this is sorry, there's a bit of a delay in the tape. Yeah, so this is this is an important point. Okay, this is the first memorial to a Canadian soldier, part of the Canadian Army. It was a part of a militia group associated with the Canadian Army. It's not the very first statue to somebody from another country that came here. I think Cartier came from Europe over here. Canada, of course, started in 1867. The Canadian Army didn't really start till 1871. So the one you're mentioning was prior to Canada. It's pre-Confederation. So he's the first in Canada as a Canadian soldier. And don't take my word for it. You can go on the Veteran Affairs website and validate it that way too.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. No further questions? Thank you, Mr. McKnight.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I did fail to mention that Sean Vanderklis was also going to be speaking tonight. So is Sean with us, or is he online? He's online. Sean, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Councillors, I stand before you today not only as an Indigenous man, but also as the president of the Niagara Regional Native Center, an organization that's dedicated to the well-being and empowerment of Indigenous communities. I come before you with a deep sense of responsibility to the Indigenous people, to this community, and to the shared history we all inhabit. You see, we're gathered here today to discuss the presence of a statue that has occupied a prominent space in our public square for many years. But our conversation is not merely about bronze and stone. It's about truth and what it represents and the values it reflects. You see, the statue in question is a symbol of a time when our ancestors' lands were taken from them, a time when treaties were made and then broken, and a time when the voices of Indigenous peoples were silenced. It represents a chapter of history that is both painful and divisive, but it also presents an opportunity for unity and healing. I want to draw your attention to the Memorandum of Understanding that our organization, the Niagara Regional Native Center, signed with the city. You see, this MOU symbolizes a commitment to a new era of collaboration and partnership. It's an agreement that we're going to work together to build bridges and to create a more inclusive and equitable community for all residents. The removal of this statue is not an erasure of history. It's a step towards reconciling with history. It's a way to acknowledge the suffering and injustices faced by Indigenous peoples. It's an opportunity for City Council to demonstrate that it stands by its commitments outlined in the MOU and that it's committed to the well-being and progress of Indigenous communities. The removal of this statue is a visible act of reconciliation and a powerful statement that this city chooses understanding over ignorance, unity over division, and justice over inequality. And by taking this step, you're sending a clear message to the Indigenous residents, and especially our youth, that their experiences, their histories, and their identities are valued. You convey to the broader community that you're taking concrete steps to create a public space where everyone feels a sense of belonging. I want to acknowledge that these conversations may not always be easy, and the decisions may be challenging, but it's in the face of these challenges that we find opportunity for growth and progress. It's through these conversations that we can pave a way for a more equitable and harmonious future for all who call the city home. I urge you, City Councillor, to reflect on the significance of this decision, not only for the present, but for the generations to come. Let it be a testament to your dedication to the values outlined in the MOU, your commitment to reconciliation, and your pledge to build a community that reflects the very best of our shared humanity. I thank you for taking your time, your consideration, and for your dedication to a brighter and more inclusive future for all residents. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you, Sean. Questions from council? Seeing none, thank you again. I now call on Jessica Riordon to present. Jessica, just introduce yourself to council and you can begin.
I feel like I'm at my day job, but just facing the other way at a courthouse. So I kind of feel comfortable here, which I was a little intimidated sitting back there. For you that don't know me, my name is Jessica Riel Johns. I am the co-executive director for the Niagara Regional Native Center. But I'm not here on a work capacity, I'm here for a personal capacity. As you know, my last name is Riel. So I want to talk about that a little bit. My ancestry, I'm the direct descendant of Louis Riel. So my ancestry has a lot to do with the statue in the Northwest Rebellion. He was tried for treason, crimes against his country, and hung. So for me, I have a direct link to the statue, and I'm asking you guys all today to vote to remove it. Like I said, my day job, I advocate and I support our Indigenous population in St. Catharines. My friend before me that spoke talked about our MOU that you have with my organization, Niagara Regional Native Center. So I'm hoping that that's going to be taken into account tonight as well, so that we can move forward. I want you guys to be able to look at the truths that we have been dealing with the population of Canada the government of Canada and the population of the Indigenous population that we have here, and the atrocities that we have been through with residential school and 60 scoops and what we continue to go through each day. So what I'm asking you guys today is to recognize those truths, move forward to reconciliation, and go beyond that to reconciliation and remove the statue, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments from council? Mayor Cisco?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Jessica, thank you for coming and speaking today. I appreciate the words that you've shared with us. You work across the street.
Across the street, 59 Church Street.
59 Church Street. When you walk into the courthouse and you walk past City Hall, does the statue on the front lawn make you feel like a welcome member of this community?
Not really. No. It doesn't, because usually when I walk out of the courtroom, it's a trigger for me because I see it. I know the history. I know what my ancestry has to play in that history. So it does trigger. It is a trigger for me.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dodge?
Thank you, and thank you for coming today. This is a really difficult, decision to make for all of us. And as you know, there's two sides, like some people are feeling the opposite to you. I'm just wondering if through this whole process, if there was something that, if say, the statute stayed, or if there was a way that we could work together to make it so that it would be more suitable or more livable for you to see that, like.
So let me counterpose a question to you. Why would you want it to stay?
Because I know, like, I've heard your history, and then I've also heard other people's, and partly because the name of the statue is the person that we're speaking of, but the actual representation on top of the statue isn't that particular person. Right. But it also represents another side of, like, it's a cenotaph for people, and it was one of the first ones in St. Catharines. So it represents other people that went to war and died, and it represents them as well. So I'm just wondering if there's a way that both sides could come together somehow and make something together at that site that would be amenable to both sides, where they're both represented.
So I know in the past, when this motion was brought forth previously by our previous mayor, Walter Ssonix, I know that the dollar amount was one of the contributing factors. But what I'm asking you is my community, is your Indigenous community that you serve too, are they not worth having that removed? And why are we putting a dollar amount on that community? and on my family's legacy.
You asked me that question?
Yes.
In this, there is actually no dollar figure in this. There's nothing in here that I saw about a budget or anything to remove it. Yes, last time there was a budget amount put to it. So I'm just talking about trying to come together so that there's something that represents both sides of the history and the stories that we could maintain and save. Because that would cost money as well. I don't know
Right.
how much, but I'm just saying, is there a way that we could honor both sides of the story at that location?
I think not having the statue there, if you had a plaque there, that would be a different story. But telling the story of both sides, right?
Yeah, so that would be amenable to yours, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further, oh, sorry. Mr. Mayor?
Just a clarity question on that, because I feel like it's
Sorry.
misunderstanding.
Just a minute,
I just want to make sure, so, Mr. Gale, you're saying that a plaque telling both sides instead of the statue?
I don't want the statue at all.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Yes.
It could have been interpreted a different way, and I
Yeah.
want to make sure your view is very clear.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Mayor. Councillor you covered that? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Okay, I need someone to receive the delegation. Mayor Cisco, second by Councillor McPherson. Thank you. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, it's carried. Thank you. Now we'll be moving the motion. I have Councillor, no, not Councillor. Let's try this again. Mayor Cisco moving the motion. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor McPherson, thank you. Mayor Cisco, would you, I don't know if you want to read the whole motion or if you just want to read part of it. I know you want to speak to it. Go ahead.
Deputy Mayor, I'll read the motion and then I'll reserve my right to speak at the end.
Yes, go ahead.
Whereas this term of City Council passed a motion regarding diversity in the city that stated in part that St. Catharines would continue to foster a community that is safe, supportive, and a welcoming place for people who live, work, or visit our community, and that the motion would inform the work, recommendations, and decision-making of all council, committee, staff, and volunteers of the city on all matters within the city's jurisdiction. And whereas the City of St. Catharines has a signed Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, with the Niagara Regional Native Center, NRNC, whose stated goals include increasing awareness and education around Indigenous history and culture, supporting the Indigenous community and fostering diversity and inclusion, and guiding and advising city staff to ensure respectful and appropriate representation of Indigenous culture. And whereas the statue of Private Watson has been identified by multiple members of the local Indigenous community as a memorial that flies in the face of truth and reconciliation and is another example of wrongs committed against the Indigenous peoples of Canada, specifically the federal government's subjugation of Plains Indigenous nations and the hanging of Louis Riel that resulted from the Northwest Resistance. Whereas the presence of the statue on City Hall grounds creates an atmosphere that is unwelcoming and antagonistic to members of the Indigenous community, and whereas the statue is in a state of crumbling disrepair on the front lawn of City Hall, with previous terms of council deciding to neither remove it nor repair it, therefore be it resolved that City Council directs staff to remove the statue of Private Watson from the front lawn of City Hall, and be it further resolved that staff identify the most respectful way to dispose of the statue, and be it further resolved that the plaques of war dead on the plinth of the statue be relocated to the wall of City Hall, where other plaques commemorating St. Catharines war dead are placed, and be it further resolved that an explanatory display be developed and placed at the corner of Church Street and James Street, developed in conjunction with the NRNC, to explain the monument as it existed, why it was removed, and provide some background on Private Watson. And be it further resolved that any additional costs of this process be paid for using funds from the Civic Project Fund. And as I said, Deputy Mayor, I will reserve my right to speak last.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I want to thank Sean and for speaking tonight and all the speakers, but I especially would like to thank Jessica for sharing with us the impact that colonization has had and the violence and intergenerational trauma that so many in the Indigenous community have and continue to experience. I've always loved history. I have a degree in Canadian history, and I proudly served on the city's Heritage Advisory Committee for over 18 years, and 15 of those as co-chair. And I will always continue to work hard to advocate for and preserve our city's built and cultural and natural heritage. And I will admit that when the discussions around the Watson statue first came up, my initial reaction was, why? Why do I have to worry about it? Why do we have to do anything about it? I didn't understand. I did not know. And I knew, but what I did know is that I needed to learn. I needed to read the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action to learn what needs to be done. I needed to listen to residential school survivors to learn about the pain and trauma that residential schools have caused. I needed to listen to people in our Indigenous community as they share their experiences and the pain that they have and continue to experience. As I learned and I listened, I realized that as a white colonizer, there were actions that I could take. I needed to acknowledge that my country committed atrocities. I needed to acknowledge and understand that our government wanted to eliminate all Indigenous peoples. I needed to take every opportunity that I am given to continue to learn and to listen. And if we truly believe in truth and reconciliation, each of us needs to take action. It requires each of us around this horseshoe and in this chamber and in our community to do our homework. We need to understand who wrote our history. It was not the Indigenous community. We need to look at who we are celebrating in our public spaces through a lens of truth and reconciliation. We, as elected officials, need to take steps to ensure that our public spaces are spaces for all, and that they are not places that cause pain, trauma, and celebrate the suppression and slaughter of Indigenous peoples. It's easy to say that I believe in truth and reconciliation, to wear a t-shirt, to put on a bracelet, to attend a flag raising, or go to a powwow. But the time has come for action. It can no longer simply be reconciliation. As Jessica said, it must be reconciliation. The statue that sits on our City Hall front lawn is not an actual depiction of Private Watson. The community that came together to erect that statue intentionally did not want the statue to be specifically of Watson. They wanted a design that represented all citizen soldiers. It is not Watson's regimental uniform. It is not Watson's regimental cap. The uniform and the cap that is being worn by the soldier on the statue is actually of the Lincoln Militia. There are also historical inaccuracies that I know of personally. The quote on the statue that is attributed to Colonel A.T.H. Williams is not about Private Watson, nor is it about anybody killed in the battles. And I know this because I am related to Colonel A.T.H. Williams, and he died on his way back from the Battle of Batoche. So there is absolutely no possibility that he had that quote in reference to the statue or Watson. The decision to place the statue on City Hall lawn was made as a last-minute decision, rather than placing it where the family wanted it, which was at Victoria Lawn Cemetery. The statue dedicated to Private Watson is not about a young man who lost his life in battle. It was and is a statue to all those who fought and died in the Northwest Resistance. The statue reflects a moment in time that celebrates a battle, specifically the Battle of Batoche. The Battle of Batoche's goal was to suppress and block the Métis from determining how they were governed and being treated as equals to the white settlers. As a country, we have changed our view of Louis Riel and the Northwest Resistance. Unlike when I was first learning about the Northwest Resistance, and it was called the Northwest Rebellion at that point, in grade school and high school, Louis Riel was an enemy of the state. But we don't view him as an enemy of the state anymore. We view him as a political leader, a passionate defender of the Métis people, who advocated for guarantees for their land, language, and political rights. And he is considered one of the founders of the province of Manitoba. In 2008, Manitoba established a Louis Riel Day to celebrate this and honor this hero. It seems inconceivable to me that with all we have heard from our delegates this evening, the commitment that we as a city have made with our MOU to the Niagara Regional Native Center, our unanimous vote that the City of St. Catharines would continue to foster a community that is safe, supportive, and a welcoming place for people who live, work here, and visit our community, that anyone would support leaving the Watson statue on the front hall of City Lawn. I believe that if we leave the statue as where it is, we as a city are saying to not just our Indigenous community, but everyone, that we're committed to celebrating the death of the founder of province of Manitoba and the suppression of the Métis people. I don't want to have another conversation with my nephew, who's 15, who has walked by that statue multiple times, and who has asked me, why do we have a statue on City Hall lawn that hurts people? And I don't want him to have to ask me why I didn't try to do something about it. I will fully be supporting the motion to remove the Watson statue from City Hall lawn. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff, do we have a cost estimate of this move? I know last time we looked at it, it was a six-figure, and I still don't understand why it was that much. Do we have an estimate on what this cost would be?
Mr. Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to introduce council to Carly Anderson to my left here. She is our supervisor of cultural services, and she is much better aligned and knowledgeable in this file.
Thanks. So is the question to relocate the statue? Is that just for clarification?
Correct.
And the cost? So the cost would be around $60,000 to relocate the monument. We would need to engage a monument builder as well as a professional art mover and rigger as well as a conservation specialist. The difficulty with relocating the sculpture is that it was falling apart, and when it was coated in plasticized stucco in the early 70s, what that did was it basically glued the statue back together, but it also doesn't give us a very good indication as to what the state of the structure is underneath it. So we're fairly confident that it's in 4 pieces to transit it, but the cost at $60,000 would be if we were to successfully able to take it apart and put it back together. So I just want to caution that reassembly may be very difficult once it's disassembled.
Thank you for that. Through you, Chair, to staff, are there any other statues within the city limits that are, that resemble this type of hatred towards any type of other groups? Are there street names? Are there, again, obviously, I believe in the calls to truth and reconciliation. I'm in favor of moving this statue, but I want to get an understanding right now if there are any other street names or other statues within city limits that staff are aware of.
I'll put that to either CAO Oakes or Director Christie. I'm not sure who wants that one.
I will try and answer that, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, thank you.
I am not aware of any others, nor have other names or any other assets or street names been brought to our attention to this point.
Thank you. Mr. Oakes? Good. Continue, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you for that. And my final question is in regards to the statue is already falling apart. It's pretty sure when I looked at it a couple years ago, there's a crack right in the middle of the foundation. What happens in the case that when this statue is being moved, that it actually just crumbles and it's completely destroyed? Would there be an additional cost potentially for us to have to repair it after it being relocated? What is the process?
Councillor or Director Christie?
Thank you. It's definitely a risk that we would take. As I alluded to, we don't actually know what's beneath the plasticized stucco, so we would work with conservator to take it apart as best as possible, and we do have a transportation plan where we would take it apart in at least 4 pieces. But if it were to completely crumble, there really is nothing you can do to put the piece back together, so to speak. So we would have to salvage whatever we could and reinstall that.
Thank you for that. My final question, I guess, would go to the mover. In the motion, it doesn't identify an actual location. I guess I'm under the assumption that you're looking at, the family's original wishes, which would be to relocate it to Victoria Lawn Cemetery. Would that be accurate?
Director Christie, are you aware of an answer to that question, or the mayor is aware?
So as the mover, I do indicate that I would ask for staff to identify the most respectful way to deal with it. My intention originally was to bury the statue at Victoria Lawn where Private Watson is. If it's able to be maintained and it can be used as the gravestone as it was originally intended, I would be fine with that option. But my intention was that also to place it with staff, because I'll admit, I don't know what the most respectful way to deal with a statue that has been decommissioned is. I don't want this process to show any disrespect to the individual. And that's a separate debate for another day, but I don't think that's ever appropriate. So I would leave it to staff to identify the most respectful, but I think the general viewpoint that I've heard from councilors as we've talked about it is that if it can be used as the gravestone as it was intended, do that. And if not, if there's a respectful way to decommission it, then that would be it.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Townsend? Could you put Councillor Townsend's mic back on, please?
Thank you, and appreciate the answer. I'll just finish by saying, you know, over the last few years since being elected, I've really taken time to understand the calls of action and for reconciliation and understanding what Indigenous communities have dealt with in the last years, and understanding furthermore the history of this statue and what it means to us here at City Hall. With this in mind, I'll be supporting the motion tonight and asking for other councillors to support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris? Councillor Stevens, go ahead. Your mic's on. I'll get to Councillor Harris, if you don't mind, at the end.
Okay. Thank you. I guess just for some clarification to whoever can answer this, the cenotaph we have now on St. Paul Street, I believe that honors all war dead that goes back right from the start to up until and currently serving veterans now. Is that correct? Can somebody answer that?
Director Christie?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I am not sure of the answer to that question.
I'm
Councillor.
assuming yes, it does, because I go every year since I've been a child, because my uncle served in World War II, and I believe we actually honor people right up until current peacekeeping and everything else now. I just wanted to confirm that.
Yes, I agree. The names of everyone are not listed there, but however,
no, that's right.
The memorial's there to honor those who have served.
Councillor Williamson's got an answer for me.
Councillor Williamson. Councillor Williamson's mic on, please.
Oh, okay. No, he told me not to.
Yeah. Listen to Rexy. She's the important one right now when it comes to media.
I'm good to go now? Oh, thank you. When it was originally erected in 1927, I think it was in place to honor the veterans of the Great War, 1914 to 1918, but like many monuments, its meaning has changed and evolved, and with the World War II, Korea, and other conflicts, Afghanistan, I think, is also now included in it, so it's broadened its scope. But yeah, it did start out, I think, mainly as a monument to the Great War soldiers, who were, many of whom died in from St. Catharines.
Thank you, Councillor. Now I need Councillor Stevens back up again, please.
Right. Okay, thank you. So, I mean, I'm in support of this as well, but I just want to clarify as well with the presenter, so when we agree to do this, and staff is going to get back to us with how they're going to dispose of this in a respectful way that we agree to, or they're just going to do it?
Mr. Mayor?
So the intention is that we give approval to remove the statue. Staff will come back with an information report explaining what the process is. If the statue needs to be held in a location for a period of time, if council wants to debate. As I said, my hope is that staff will come back with whatever the most respectful manner is to deal with it. But approval tonight would be approved to remove. It would be removed. Staff would report back on how they are going to deal with it.
Thank you. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll be the odd person out today. The last council made a decision, and I support that decision, and that decision was to leave it there until it crumbled, until it became dangerous and had to take it down. We did not agree to move it. We thought that that was very costly, and as I recall, the number at that time was $100,000. So given the fact that the majority of people don't like the word Watson statue, I think there can be some type of coming to minds, and that is leave the statue there, which honors all the veterans from the First World War and before, and take out the name Watson and have it as the memorial to the soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the country of Canada. So my position is leave it there, as suggested by the previous council, and take off Watson and put a plaque in honor of the other soldiers who gave their lives to Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to the mover, is there any way we can clean up the wording a little bit? Instead of saying dispose, you can put in some sort of language to say decommission, and they'll come back with a report if we can properly install it at Victoria Lawn?
Is that satisfactory to you, Mr. Mayor? Decommission rather than...
Decommission and remove. Oh.
So I'm happy to change the word to decommission. I was never happy with the word that was there. I would ask that if we were going to change the language, that staff identify the most respectful way to decommission the statue. I think is a fair statement. Does that clean up the language in an adequate way?
That's all, Councillor Harris? Oh. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I have a few questions through you to staff, I guess to Ms. Anderson. I'm still confused about cost here. I think you mentioned the figure 60,000, but is that, the way I read the motion that the mayor had, I took it to that he was meaning to sort of essentially demolish the statue and get rid of it when he said the best way to dispose of it. But I gather that's not what he meant. But the 60,000 or so that you mentioned, what would that include? I'm sorry.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. We did the quote for around $60,000 was a 2022 quote we received to remove and relocate the monument into storage. So that covers the removal of the monument and its transportation. If we were to store it, there is an additional cost. However, if we were to relocate it, we would just that would be the cost incurred for designing a new platform, a concrete pad for it, and to relocate it. If we were to look at relocating it to the cemetery, it would be approximately $60,000.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, would you have to have a conservator recommend whether the statue is movable or whether it would just fall apart? How will we handle that?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, we have a conservator's report from both 2019 and 2020 where they outlined what the process would be to take the monument apart. All of the conservator's reports that we received all cautioned us very strongly that there is a risk of damage during removal and that reassembly may be impossible once it's disassembled. So we would be in facilitating the relocation. We would work closely with a monument builder as well as a conservator to determine how best to deconstruct the monument for transportation. And then we would work with an art mover or a rigger to actually lift the pieces onto a flatbed truck and transport them to their new location and then attempt to reassemble the statue.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, a second question. I'm not sure to who on staff to address this, but do we have any evidence that this statue is a concern for public safety? Are there pieces falling on people or damaging or causing problems for people in any way? Or?
Director Christie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, staff wouldn't be able to comment on that, Councillor. That's not within our purview. We're not experts on the condition of the asset. As Ms. Anderson said, the conservator, we may need a conservator to tell us that in terms of its overall health, if you will. But we wouldn't be able to comment on whether or not it might fall on somebody or it may
Sorry, maybe I should rephrase the question. Sure. I meant, has anything happened in the past in terms of?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not since I've been here, and I've been here 10 years, so no.
Okay, thank you. One more question, at least, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and that's through you to the city solicitor. We received a letter that talked about the fact that that this monument is listed in the, I forget the exact name of the National Registry of Historic Monuments, I believe, something to that effect. And as we heard from a previous speaker, I can understand that if it was the first of its kind in Canada. But the writer asked whether we as a municipality had the authority to remove or change a monument that is listed in that registry.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, that particular registry is, by definition, just a registry of these memorials. And the fact that a memorial is in that registry does not provide it with a protection. So in a short answer, yes, we do have the authority to remove it.
Okay, thank you. Next question, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff. I believe in that same email or letter, the resident asked whether there were perhaps funds available from other levels of government and veterans organizations or others that would help us with whatever we decide to do with this monument. Have we looked at anything like that? Or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have not sought other sources of funding for this. When we presented this to council in 2019 and 2020, we identified an internal source of funding, so we haven't looked for any other sources. So to further to Solicitor Shanyi's comment, when we did speak with Veterans Affairs Canada, they did acknowledge its place in the registry. They chose to not comment on its future. Funding did come up in a subtle way. We didn't ask for it formally, but we would be happy to look for other sources of funding if they were available within the timelines of this request.
Thank you. And question through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, for clarification to Councilor Kushner. I wanted to understand what he had said. I believe, if I understood you correctly, that you feel we could keep the statue where it is, but have a plaque, as the motion calls for, that explains the history in both sides and satisfies the proper information so that everybody understands the implications of it. Is that essentially what you?
Yes. Councillor Kushner, could I have Councillor Kushner's mic on, please? Go ahead.
Exactly. I think when the word decommission is used, that means that the Watson name will not be associated with that. Is that correct?
No. Decommission means that it's going to be taken down and they're going to find something to do with it.
Well, my interpretation is that it should stay, but the name should be taken off, and it should be there to honor all the soldiers that are named on that statue and others who volunteered their lives prior to when the statue was put up as a cenotaph.
Councillor Garcia?
Thank you for that, Councillor Kushner. As Councillor Dodge, I believe, was the one who said this is a very difficult decision. I see both sides. I see the historical value of the statue and the fact that it represents soldiers that volunteered and gave their lives for our country in wars other than the Northwest Resistance. So I think I have to side with Councillor Kushner that there's an opportunity to satisfy both sides if we have a proper plaque that is vetted by both sides that shows the history and clarifies it for both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. First, I also want to recognize the negative symbolism inherent in the statue and the harm that it causes. As I mentioned, memorials, historic landmarks changed the meaning over the years, and the original meaning of this, I think, did change through its history. That being said, it's inescapable that this soldier's involvement in the tragedy of Batoche is there. It can't be denied. Nonetheless, we got to recognize that from 1886, when it was erected, till 1927, it did serve as the primary war memorial central cenotaph for the city of St. Catharines. This is for the soldiers, even though they're aging, veterans of the battles in War of 1812, including Indigenous soldiers, rebellions of 1837, the Battle of Ridgeway, 1866 and 1870, in which a great-great-grandfather of mine participated, in which I have his medal and his helmet badge, and that was in the Canadian militia, as earlier person spoke of. So there are different perspectives that need to be considered and I do prefer the semantic choice of decommission as to disposal of it. So my question would be to the mover, the mayor, is, and to be quite honest, I'm not sure if we're going to take it down. To me, we remove it and it's gone. I don't know exactly what you perceive the educational interpretive. Does this include the base, or do you want it? Is this the plinth and the statue gone? What is your vision here?
Mr. Mayor, can I have my mic on, please?
Oh, okay.
Councillor Williamson, thank you.
So the intention is that the plaques on the plinth would be removed and placed on City Hall. The plinth would be removed along with the statue, and then the statue commemorating the individual would be moved in whatever fashion we deem to be the most respectful.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not necessarily what is going to go in its place, and I guess the amendment I would ask for, we have two scholars at Brock University who've written extensively and done a lot of research, Russell Johnston and Michael Rietmeister. I wondered if you would be amenable to having them included in the discussion, and I would think we should be consulting our Heritage Committee as well on this. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
I would be very amenable to that. I think Russell and Michael are the foremost experts about this particular issue in the community.
Can we still reach out to Veterans Affairs, War Museum, or any other federal programs, including Truth and Reconciliation, where we might get some funding and some other assistance on this? Can we?
Director, excuse me.
I don't know if that's an amendment or if that is understood by staff.
Director Christie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we can definitely do that.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. It feels like a bit of deja vu talking about this statue again. I do want to, I guess, offer a different perspective on what happened last time we talked about this. I don't think we made a decision. We actually didn't make a decision. The first one we made wasn't difficult at all. We agreed to relocate the statue, but first we were going to consult with a number of different groups. Those groups, to paraphrase, didn't really express much interest in assisting or maintaining the statue where it is. So it came back to us with the price tag of what it would take to relocate it. And that's where the decision did get difficult. And I believe it was a tied vote. We didn't pass, including the budget, to remove it. So we didn't make a decision to leave it where it was. It was actually sort of a dereliction of our duty, in my opinion. And we didn't make a decision. And to Jessica's point earlier, we are attaching a dollar amount to this, and we're continuing to do that tonight. And we're debating whether Truth and Reconciliation is worth $60,000 or $100,000 or $200,000. And I think that itself is disrespectful to our Indigenous community. Either we're committed to doing this or we're not. I don't want to be blithe about $100,000, but in a city with a budget of over $100 million every year, I think if we can't do this, then it's not really about the money. It's about our lack of will to walk the path of reconciliation. And I'll say to Mr. McKnight's point, I actually had a history class, which I much enjoyed with Mr. McKnight a few years ago. If the statute's significant, it's actually a bit ahistorical, in my opinion, because 9 out of 10 people in the city don't know what the statue is. They do know what its name is. They misunderstand what it's about. We've talked about that a few times tonight. And it's really the placement of it that gives it prominence and suggests that we're celebrating and memorializing the suppression of Métis people. I don't think really any of this is about Private Watson. I think removing it is actually probably more respectful. I think allowing it to crumble is disrespectful to Private Watson and his descendants. And I think actually the misrepresentation of what the statue represents is disrespectful as well. We have 3 or 4 cenotaphs in the city that are the appropriate places to memorialize those who have given their lives. And I think ultimately the cemetery is where it belongs, is where it should be. I think the idea of leaving the statue in place, and we've been asked by the Indigenous community to remove it, and instead having a plaque beneath the statue, I don't really care for that symbolism either, let alone just rejecting for the second or third time the direct request from our Indigenous community to act. I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think that's responsible.
Councillor Miller, you sound like you're in a vacuum when you're speaking here. I don't know if you're far away from the microphone or not, but you got a significant echo, so I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty much wrapping up my comments as is, but yeah, I think the respectful thing to do is to not get into a debate about how much we're willing to spend on Truth and Reconciliation, but to place Private Watson in the most appropriate places we agreed to do 2 or 3 years ago before succumbing to a budget shortfall or unwillingness to spend the money on it. So that would be my position. I fully support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers. Sorry, Councillor Dodge. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I actually just want to maybe have a clarification, and I do want to make one comment. And this is going back, for me, to the year 2000 up until last year. That location was recognized, I think, as a cenotaph in the city of St. Catharines. We did march with the Legion when Branch 24 was there, and then when we had the ceremony at Branch 24, we always stopped in front of the city of St. Catharines. Our MPP, our MP, our mayor, our regional chair, and anyone else that wanted to. We did lay a wreath in front of that location. I don't know if, the CAO remembers that or if he wants to clarify that, but I know that I have been there and stood in parade while those wreaths were laid. So, and I just wanted to say that. And then also, I want clarification from the mayor. I guess if we're respectfully decommissioning that cenotaph or the Watson statue or whatever it is going to be called as we remove it, are we going to be replacing it, or are we still going to be recognizing both sides of history here? Or is this just going to be something that we decommission and it's just forgotten about? Like, is that the intent here, so that both sides of the story are heard, or no side of the story is going to be heard? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
So the second last, be it further resolved, that an explanatory display be developed and placed at the corner of Church Street and James Street, developed in conjunction with the NRNC, and as Councilor Williamson asked, along with Mr. Johnson and Mr. Is it Ripmeister? Yeah. Ripmeister, and the Heritage Committee, to explain the monument as it existed, why it was removed, and provide some background on Private Watson. So there will be information about those items.
And then also the other side, from the Riel side or the Indigenous side, will that?
Yeah, the NRNC will be a part of this.
When these people come together, will it be as a group and then they decide something that's suitable for both sides? Or perspectives?
I would suggest that staff have done these boards in the past, so I would suggest that they're going to know the best way to bring all of those pieces together to put them on something which is acceptable.
Thank you. Councillor Dodge, is there anything else you'd like to add? Or questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I will let you speak a second time, Councillor.
Thank you. Just some clarification, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to the mover, like, between you and Councilor Williamson, I think you've made some amendments there, and is there a way that we can add those to the wording so we can look at them? I think we're talking about who's going to work on the write-up, and also I think you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, but will there be a staff report that shows what the costs are going to be to do this before we go ahead, or?
Before we reinstall it.
Mr. Mayor?
So I would suggest that there would be a report that'll come back. We're approving use of the Civic Project Fund tonight. That's a part of the motion. So those costs will be included in there. We can ask for a report when this process is completed. I don't have a problem with that. I would imagine these sorts of costs would be reported to council through one mechanism or another anyways, but the approval tonight would be to approve using Civic Project Fund. If memory serves correct, the previous motion actually identified the infrastructure levy reserve as the location of the funds. I'll admit to being kind of agnostic as to which fund it comes out of. I think it's more properly out of the Civic Project Fund, but approval of this tonight would approve that work.
Councillor Garcia, you look confused.
It's the final clause. Any additional costs of this process be paid for using funds from the Civic Project Fund.
Councillor Williamson? Last call from any other councillors other than the mayor. Mayor Cisco.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I want to start by thanking Sean and Jessica for the words this evening. I also want to thank Dan McKnight. He and I disagree on this issue, but he has always been enormously respectful to both sides of this conversation. And in this day and age, given the way sometimes debate proceeds, I think that's a credit to him. I will also mention, as the son of a 32-year veteran of the Royal Canadian Navy, a cousin to an Afghan war veteran, and a nephew to an Afghan war veteran, as well as a grandson to 2 World War II veterans, my respect for the sacrifices of the Canadian Armed Forces is immense, and it is unwavering. Canadian soldiers serve their nation with pride and distinction, and they do it to the best of their abilities. This situation, however, is a failing of the civilian government that sent those soldiers to put down a resistance by the Plains Indigenous nations who are standing up for their rights and trying to survive. And as a community, we're allowed to choose who or what we honor. That choice isn't frozen in amber for all of time. When circumstances change, when society changes, the community can make different choices. Many of us on this council have made decisions like this previously. We've changed the names of streets. We've removed names from city facilities when circumstances changed. This statue is not a cenotaph. It was for a time, but there's a cenotaph 50 feet away from it. There's another cenotaph 500 meters away from it, and 3 more in other parts of the city. And to correct Councillor Miller, there are 5, I believe, not 4. The Watson Memorial has not served as a cenotaph for over 100 years. What the statue actually is, as we heard this evening, is something that causes pain to members of our community. Some have flippantly described this as hurt feelings, which I consider to be a ridiculous assertion. Although I will note none of my colleagues. I think the debate around this horseshoe has been incredibly respectful this evening, and I appreciate that. The battle this statue stands in memorial of represents a government subjugating a race of people who were standing up for their rights. The Northwest resistance epitomizes the anger of Indigenous peoples over stolen lands and broken treaties. And I raise the treaties because several years ago, the city signed an MOU with the NRNC that lists among its goals raising awareness and education of Indigenous history and culture, fostering diversity and inclusion, and advising us, the city, to ensure respectful and appropriate representation of Indigenous culture. We've just heard from the leadership of NRNC that this statue causes pain to members of the Indigenous community, and that removal of the statue is a concrete step on the path towards reconciliation. Earlier this year, this council unanimously passed a motion that we would continue to foster a community that is safe, supportive, and welcoming for people who live here, and that we'd use that motion to inform our decision-making. This is our first opportunity to make those words true. Members of our community have told us that when they arrive at our seat of government, where we raise flags, we mourn lives lost, and we celebrate our community, they feel unwelcome because of a statue that represents the government of this country's theft of their rights. Removing the statue can help to make all of the community feel welcome on the front lawn. Beyond the issues that I've already mentioned, there's also an incredibly practical side to this debate as well. If the statue is going to crumble and councillors vote against removing it, we're going to leave it to crumble on City Hall's front lawn. That can't be the chosen option. We can't allow that to be our option here. Leaving the statue to crumble on the front lawn is the most disrespectful option of them all. It thumbs its nose at the Indigenous community, and it also sends the clear statement that the community doesn't care about the memory of Private Watson either. What I'm asking is that if council chooses to remove the statue and staff determine what the most respectful move would be, if it can be placed at Private Watson's grave, that may be the best option. If it can't be due to its deterioration, then perhaps it can be buried. There's no reason to see this as disrespectful of Private Watson. It is not. But the statue was originally intended as a grave marker. If it can be placed as that, it should be allowed to. I'll finish by saying simply that sometimes the right decision is not the popular decision, but that doesn't mean that we shy away from making the right decision. As a community, we can move forward by removing this statue in as respectful a manner as possible and find a way to memorialize what we are proud of in our community. I implore my colleagues to vote yes to remove the statue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And now I will look to the clerk to call the recorded vote, please.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips. Yes. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
I think that's everybody, and that's carried.
I will repeat my statement from a few moments ago. I want to thank council for a very respectful conversation. It is something I've become accustomed to with this council, and I appreciate it. With that, we'll move on to item 10.2, which is the sidewalk width of Scarth Road. And prior to discussing the motion, council will hear delegations from John Netherway and David Reed. I will now call upon John Netherway to present.
Okay. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Cisco, councilors, and fellow delegates. A road improvement project currently underway on my street calls for much wider boundaries than presently exist. There are beneficial features to the new design, yet I submit that a significant negative impact to my property and that of my neighbors has been traded off in the design. That is the safe and practical use of our driveways. So, on the screen, welcome to Scarth Road. The street is currently about 23 feet wide, according to Niagara Navigator there, and that's an approximation, and home to 4 driveways and 1 address, which is mine. Like many streets in our city and neighborhood, this one is, again, sort of an average width. That I'd also note, maybe unlike some streets of percentage basis, 3 of the 4 families here are living with or supporting people who use assistive devices or experiencing some sort of mobility issue. So, like many streets in the city and neighborhood as well, homes on Scarth were built close to the property line before setbacks and standards were in place. So our driveway, I don't know if I can, whatever. Our driveway here at 2 Scarth, as you can see, is about 12 feet, just a little over 12 feet in length. And our neighbors to the east of us is probably more like 4 feet. And ultimately, that's not near enough for most cars to park on. So these are arguments I'm sure you've heard before. The photo shows either way that we on the south side of Scarth basically have to park largely on city property to properly and safely use the driveway. As per the proposed new Scarth Road design, my driveway will at best be, I would say, practically unusable, not to be dramatic, and at worst, I'm going to argue unsafe. Here's a picture of me parking safely a couple feet from my house, which you can see to the right, and basically, oh, sorry, I lost my spot. Parking safely. The 2 feet indicated in pink shows the approximate new boundary for the back edge of the new sidewalk, because the boundaries will expand with the road improvement. So again, this is why I'm saying this isn't going to work for me to use the driveway. And an overhang will be there if the driveway or the city property is used further for the wider sidewalk or the wider street to accommodate curbs, whatever the need may be. So I just want to be very clear on this. I have no argument with the AOTA standards for wider sidewalks. In fact, the standards or current sidewalks, I totally understand might not be adequate for accessible purposes. I wholeheartedly recognize and support the incorporation of the AOTA standards for exterior paths of travel in public spaces. And I understand the rationale behind the city's design for an 1,800 millimeter integrated curb and sidewalk design, which is called for here. So I totally appreciate, and support numerous folks, including my longstanding neighbors who are here tonight, that rely on accessible sidewalks. So I have no argument with the need for them. I just want to be abundantly clear. I'm not seeking to question or debate the need for that change. Quite the opposite, in fact. I just want to show a couple of recent examples or alternative configurations that demonstrate that maybe things could be made differently here to work for everyone involved. So take, for example, this is right out of the Accessibility Committee's report from 2022. This is Pelham Road, or a section of it, reconfigured to provide a low, no-curb gutter with virtually 0% cross slope. And this time I am going to use my laser pointer. right here. Just draw your attention there. 0% cross slope. It's at least a 1,500 millimeter, maybe an 1,800 millimeter sidewalk. It's a good example of a design that works for everybody. So here's another example. Here's a pre-current AOTA standards example. This is the crossroad, the intersection of Edgedale and Highland. It's probably an intersection that's known well to some of the members of the council and former staff members here. This was done a few years back. Again, I basically would draw to your attention here that there's no, this would be a real challenge to put a 6 foot or any kind of sidewalk in on this property, particularly here, or this one as well. So I wonder if maybe when that improvement project was done only a few years ago, that was the reason it wasn't considered. I'm not sure. But in any case, there's more room to work with there, but it's just another example. I'd also bring your attention to busy, bustling Lake Street, which is about to be paved right now. I just went out there and took a look at Wellington and Lake, and it doesn't call for an 1,800 millimeter sidewalk. What's going to be here is going to be somewhere around actually 1,500 mil, and it has curb and gutter on both sides. In any event, this is a narrower street. It's only 18 feet wide, and Scarth is 23 feet wide. So it's a clear example, in my view, of where a narrower road configuration with sidewalks on both sides and curb and gutter can work. So again, I'll get to my point very, very briefly. But I'm just wondering, I guess, is how ultimately it could work if we take Scarth from 23 feet to 18, for example, and provide enough room for the accessible sidewalks that are required without impacting the use of the residents' driveways. And lastly, I guess the most recent iteration is Downing Street. This was done, it was just done last year in my neighborhood, right around the corner from me. And you'll see, again, another 18-foot wide street, but there are some unique properties to it. One, it definitely contains the 1,800 millimeter 6-foot wide sidewalk, but there's virtually no slope to this at all. It's probably ideally navigable for people using assistive devices. But again, I would also draw your attention to a few other features that Scarth Road could probably benefit from. There's no curb gutter on the one side. That certainly helps probably with the width of the whole deal. And there's standing curb and gutter on the opposite side to the sidewalk. So again, one other thing I would mention here is right along this edge, you'll see that the top of the road to the top of the sidewalk is a very, very small margin. So that's why you can work with the less than 2% slope at the driveway, and this works out quite well. So ultimately, I'm just going to say that a couple more things here. Imagine Scarth and how the road could lose a few feet in width and use a zero curb gutter like the Pelham example. Now, ultimately reducing the width of the street and the curb height could provide for the type of envelope to build something that would work for everybody involved. It wouldn't affect the driveways, and it would work for all the folks who require passable, accessible sidewalks per the standards and the recommendations. So ultimately, to conclude here, I believe the new Scarth Road needs reconsideration. It needs to work for everyone. And while Councillor Harris's motion is certainly, I would say, simplistic, it's simplest, call it the Occam's razor approach to this, which again, I want to say I appreciate because, now that the project is literally underway, there's challenges and costs associated with trying to redesign it in the process. I fully respect that. Yet, I would say if council would support it, because it would potentially help use the driveway, I'm okay with that. But I would almost argue or request you go one step further and reconsider the whole project. Again, I know it's complicated to do that, but make it work for everybody so that if some of these templates and solutions applied, this situation, could be passable for all involved. And I'd add maybe one more thing, that while you're at it, if I may be so bold, consider a means of carrying this approach forward into some similar situations in the future. Because like the case of 24 and 25 Edgedale, we know this is going to come up again. And for all those who live and use the street, that takes you to a gem like Burgoyne Woods, they deserve no less than that. So thank you sincerely for listening and considering, and I really hope for your support, and ask if there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Netherway. There are a couple of questions. I will start with one. Did you actually use skeleton's hands to delineate
None were harmed
the spots on your lawn?
I did. It's all I had available. It was, I'm sorry.
I appreciate the artistic presentation there, Mr. Netherway.
Thank you.
I will look to, so I've got Councillor
Time
Harris,
was of the essence.
Councillor Harris, Councillor Townsend, Councillor Dodge, and Councillor Kushner. So, Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter, Mr. Netherway, you grew up in the neighborhood, and I guess you've seen a lot of the sidewalk reconstruction in the neighborhood. So I just want, like, you're familiar with all the streets. What happened on Ridgewood when the same instance came up, going, I guess that would be east from the old Glenridge School site towards Glenwood?
Yeah, there's a few examples. I want to be careful here because we benefited in the neighborhood from that road redevelopment project in a big way. But there was a rhubarb, for lack of a better term, and ultimately council was approached. There were signatures gained, 150 signatures in the neighborhood to prevent the adding of a sidewalk in this case, where one wasn't previously on the south boundary of south side of Ridgewood.
Okay, and I guess my follow-up question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter is there still a connecting link there?
There is, yeah,
okay,
on the north side of the street.
On the north side. So what you're really asking right now is that you keep a sidewalk on your side, a smaller sidewalk, and well, not a smaller than right now, but a meter 50, and on the opposite side of your road would be a meter 80. Is that correct?
Well, again, like I tried to say, I understand the need for an accommodation here.
Yeah.
And I do appreciate that, narrowing it on one side helps me out. It does. It addresses the issue. But that's why I'm saying support by all means that motion. But I will say this. If it isn't the most accessible design that works for everybody, then maybe we need to look at narrowing the road.
The question is, it's so far down the road, I think when you get into the engineering of it, there's going to have to be some redesign, and
I understand.
the tender is going to change. But so what would happen is South Drive, for example, would connect right now. If you do the sidewalks there, it would be connecting link to Highland, very similar to the way Highland is connecting to Glenwood on Ridgewood.
It would be that's a good point. It's almost the exact same situation.
Okay. And when we talk about
except there was a sidewalk on my side, as you can see already.
Yeah. When we talk about Edgedale, do you find it difficult to navigate Edgedale because there's no sidewalks on Edgedale?
I'm not a person who needs an assistive device, so.
But just walking down the street, there's no sidewalks?
No, not at all.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, John, for your presentation. Just out of curiosity, how were you made aware that these changes were happening on your street, and did they allow you to have, I guess, any input into these decisions?
No. So on September 21st, I believe the September 21st was the date that the notice was delivered. Again, I'm not here to make this, somebody made a mistake kind of argument, but that was not, in my opinion, sufficient time. I happened to be away, so when we returned, it wasn't until the following week, and there was probably less than a 6-day business day period for me to engage anybody, which I did, including my neighbor, who I know would have a vested interest in knowing what was happening. And we talked, and immediately I sort of wrote to councillors and folks on the staff saying, hey, can we talk about this? Knowing the quick sort of nature of the time frame. In fact, it was the surveyors. The notice was devoid of any notice, saying that the boundary of the road would expand. It was the surveyors that came on site and started painting the ground and literally said, hey, just so you know, like, you can't be parking here. And it started a whole conversation about, well, no, I understand I'm parking partly on city property. We all are. This is the nature of the neighborhood. But yeah, the short answer to your question is no, I didn't really have much time.
And no input. Okay, thank you for that. And I guess the thought of getting a Mini Cooper or a Fiat wasn't.
Well, truthfully, I might have to go the other way, just based on the nature of some of the things I do. That's part of the concern for me here, is what I drive is oversized for sure, and it fits for now safely, because it's not, the nose of it isn't right on the sidewalk. But for anybody riding by on a bicycle or going by in a chair or whatever, you know, that might, you know, I wouldn't be able to park in there with a standard size pickup truck or anything like that I'd probably be going to, or van in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification, can you tell me what you think the ideal scenario for you would be and for your neighbors?
Yeah, this is, so again, this, I really appreciate that, right, the simplicity of, and I understand that the project's underway, so changing the design is a big deal. I talked to staff, I get that. Ideally, the road gets narrower and we look at some of these, again, I'm not an engineer, but we look at some of these obvious other examples of where things were done on Pelham, you know, Lake Street and Downing to make this work for everybody, myself included. If that's not possible, well, I guess, you know, then I look to council to help me out and to think of everyone else involved, whether it's narrowing or doing one side like he's talking about on Ridgewood or whatever, I don't know.
So by narrowing the street, you would still have the wider sidewalks that would keep them accessible, but the street itself would be narrow?
I mean, again, I'm not an engineer, but just from what I showed you, I looked at two examples, including Lake Street, where it's 5 feet. I mean, my Freddie Flintstone math is, it's quite a bit narrower, has sidewalks on both sides with curb and gutter on both sides. If you, again, I'm not an engineer, but I feel like there's another way of doing Scarth such that it wouldn't have to require, you know, a narrowing of a sidewalk or otherwise. It could be fully accessible to the extent that it needs to be on both sides, if it needed to be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Kushner.
My questions, Mr. Mayor, are to staff. Should I ask them now?
We will, I think we'll hold those until both presenters have had a chance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from council? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Netherway.
Thank you.
I will now call David Reed to present. Mr. Reed, the podium is yours.
Thought we'd got this right the first time. I was involved in the times of putting this together. Yeah, sorry, I'll get that one. It's just paperwork. Mr. Mayor, councillors, my name is David Reed. I live on South Drive, directly across from number 2 Scarth. In fact, I look across to number 2 Scarth from my front windows. I've lived there for more than 40 years, and I've been friends with the Netherway family for all of that time. I first met John when his mother brought him home from hospital when he was born, and I have no intention of falling out with him. I'm a civil engineer. I have designed roads, and I understand the technical aspects of this reconstruction. But as you can see, I use a wheelchair to get around, so I plan to limit myself entirely to the accessibility issues here. I've been a member of the city's Advisory Committee on Accessibility, or the AAC, for nearly 20 years. I date back to the days when it was Macoa under Mayor, under the mayor who was here already tonight, Rigby, and then spearheaded by Linda Crabtree. Now, at that time, the Ontario brought in the legislation called Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, the AODA, which mandated that all of Ontario should become fully accessible by January the 1st, 2025, which is not too far away. I have seen St. Catharines move from being a city which was not particularly tuned into accessibility issues to one which has become very focused on being fully inclusive to everyone. The first step was the adoption of the Facilities Accessibility Design Standards, or FADS, document, and that was developed by the City of London, adopted by most of Southern Ontario's municipalities. So FADS lays out the recommendations for all aspects of the built environment and has been used to guide the city's engineering standards. Council endorsed the use of FADS in 2006. And if you read the acknowledgements on the acknowledgements page of the 2018 version, you find that the city has a vision to be the most dynamic, innovative, sustainable and livable city in North America. Now, in 2010, the Accessibility Committee brought to Council a document known as the Sidewalk Action Statement. And that document explained the reasons why we need to have sidewalks and spoke to why they should have specific widths. And the statement's preamble references the official plan, the site plan manual, and zoning bylaws as reasons not to mess with sidewalks. Council endorsed the Sidewalk Action Statement in 2010. Council reaffirmed the statement in 2016. And not only that, but Mayor Cisco assured the Accessibility Committee last November of his commitment to the action statement. Now, just for those who haven't read it recently, to remind you, it says, in part, that the AAC is opposed to the removal, deferral, deletion, or waiving of any sidewalk installation within the City of St. Catharines, and that sidewalks have consistent technical requirements of 1.8 meters minimum on all roadways and include accessible curb ramp requirements, and that Council denies all petitions to delete and or defer sidewalks from plans. Now, the Accessibility Committee can't be expected to spend their time scanning agendas of the Council just to see if there's a petition like this one. We rely on this Council to fulfill its promise to the citizens of St. Catharines that they will deny all such petitions. And I think you've probably listened to Diane Foster enough about this one in the past. Please find a way of dealing with this issue without compromising accessibility. Any reduction in the width of this sidewalk would create an unacceptable precedent for the future. I simply want you to keep your promise and deny this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reid, for your presentation. Are there any questions of the presenter? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Reid. At this time, can I get a councillor to move the motion to receive the delegations? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Kushner. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Now, moving the motion, which will be placed up on the screen, that the sidewalk on the south side of Scarth Road be built to a width of 1.5 meters instead of 1.8 meters. I have Councillor Harrison, seconded by Councillor Kushner. Are there any questions or comments? Well, Councillor Harris, do you wish to speak? Or I have Councillor Kushner on. Councillor, do you want to speak last? Or you want to? Okay. So, Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions are to staff. The suggestion was made that the street be reduced, the width of the street. What happened on Downing? Was that reduced?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Down Street project was a regional project for the replacement of some trunk mains. I believe without having the information at hand, I believe the road was reinstated as it was previous to the replacement of that infrastructure.
Okay, my second question is, If the sidewalk is 1.8 meters, will that make parking in Mr. Netherway's property, will that be non-conforming? Not consistent with our bylaw, because we had a similar problem on Edith.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that if an application for a new driveway were to be submitted for that similar situation, the length of the parking for the driveway must be accommodated within the private property and can't take into account property on the right-of-way. So if this was a new application, it would be denied, but because it is, the driveway is existing, we did our best through the design to try to accommodate and maintain the parking that existed.
So therefore, it would be equivalent to legal non-conforming.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
I'm not even sure where to start. Obviously, everybody likes each other out here. Is there any way we can actually work together to figure out how you can get a meter 80 on both sides? Like, I guess my problem with this whole thing is we have this sidewalk policy. It doesn't really apply to certain neighborhoods. Is there any way, I'm not sure how I'm even directing this question to, but before we move forward with these jobs, can we not walk around the neighborhood and figure out how this is actually going to affect the neighborhood? I don't know, through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe to the Director of Engineering.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, whenever we carry out a capital project, we try to take into account the needs of all the residents on the street. We believe that the design that we proposed had, was complementary of our current standards, as well as still allowing the residents to use their properties as they did prior to reconstructing the road. So I guess my answer to that would be is that we feel that the design was complementary for all.
Okay, I totally appreciate that answer. I guess my problem is I totally understand the idea of accessible sidewalks, 6-foot wide sidewalks, but what happens when you take away someone's driveway, and what happens if one day perhaps they end up needing an accessible vehicle and they can't actually pull that vehicle into that driveway in the future? Because we literally limited their ability to have a bigger vehicle that's accessible.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, obviously when we're carrying out projects for the city, our focus is to provide accessibility on public right-of-ways. I understand that there may be the need for accessibility on private properties. That is something that residents would have to deal with from a private perspective.
Okay, I guess my next question through Mr. Mayor. So by putting in a sidewalk that's meter 50 and a sidewalk that's a meter 80, is Scarth going to be accessible with a sidewalk that's a meter 80 on the north side?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, based on our current AODA standards, 1.8 meters is the minimum width for curb face sidewalk, and for the street to be completely accessible, and based on, obviously the policies that council approved, it would require 1.8 on both to make the street 100% accessible.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Engineering, are there other streets where we've actually deleted the sidewalk and the other side is accessible?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are circumstances where staff did make the decision not to install sidewalk because of the effects it would have on private property. And if we can't meet our accessibility standards and it's having a negative effect, we would install it where we feel that we could accommodate the sidewalk width.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, there has been instances where staff have made a decision to not install it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. We feel that it's best to try to accommodate as much as possible where we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess to the Director, just for some clarification from the pictures and everything. So on Mr. Netherby's property, or on his side of the street right now, the sidewalk is 1.5 meters existing? Or one, so it's like 4 feet, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, the sidewalk is substandard currently, that's correct.
And is there a sidewalk on the other street right now, on the other side of the street right now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there is.
Okay, and then so because when we upgrade a street, then we have to upgrade it according to our standards, or is that what you're saying? Like, so we're not just replacing what's already there, which is now not a standard to allow for accessibility?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, anytime we go to reconstruct or do a capital project, we try to meet our minimum current standards.
And then on the opposite side of the street as well, does that affect any, I didn't really get it from the presentation too much. Is that affecting anybody else's driveways too, to make them smaller than current? Do you know, Anthony, or I should ask the presenter, I guess, but.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe there is a driveway on the other side of the sidewalk. Oh, there's two? Yeah, then it would have a similar effect where the driveway is about 0.3 meters shorter.
All right, I mean, I understand the accessibility thing, but yeah, to all of a sudden somebody can no longer park their vehicle in their driveway that has been parking there since the house was built, and like you said, I think Councillor Harris said, if somebody needed an accessibility vehicle, they can't even park in their own driveway to access it. So I guess it's a double-edged sword a little bit to allow the sidewalk and then not be able to park your vehicle. So, yeah.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mayor. I think Councillor McPherson just answered my question, but I was confused. Is the street actually getting widened, or is it staying the same width? And yeah, that's my question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the street is getting a little bit wider because we are going to our minimum width for a local road, which is 3.3 meter lanes.
All right. I guess I have questions about the minimum width, but this might not be the best place to ask them. Like, is it not safer to have a narrower street than a wider street? Like, when did we determine that minimum width, and how was that determined? I mean, I guess I should know that, but I don't.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our normal, a standard width for a road or minimum is normally 3.5 meters. So you would have a 7-meter wide road. That's our current standard. On local streets like this, we do go down to 3.3 meters. That is our minimum width for 2-lane road, and it would still accommodate generally parking on one side. There are circumstances where we just don't have the right of way, and sometimes we are forced to go lower to that, but it is not a standard, not something that we would typically design for a road if we have enough right of way.
And that's the 3.3 is to accommodate on-street parking?
No, 3.3 is to ensure that there's safe passage of two vehicles, as well as for service vehicles such as garbage trucks and other vehicles that need to go up and down the roads.
All right, thanks.
Councillor Phillips. Alexi, can you open up Councillor Phillips' mic?
Should I do that more often? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate both the accessibility issue and Mr. Netherby's situation. And are both sidewalks going to be changed to the accessibility standard?
Through Mr. Mayor, that's
tearing up
correct.
both sidewalks?
Yes, both will be 1.8, which is
that's what I thought. Do you see a solution, whether it be one sidewalk be allowed to be at that width and the other at Netherby's side, the other width? Do you change the street into a one-way street? Can you narrow it enough to, I know what the minimum, your minimum standard is, but can we reduce that minimum standard to make it work for the residents? Because sometimes we should be able to adjust things to meet the needs of the residents rather than just go by whatever is typed in a book. Is there any option at all that you see?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, obviously the project is under construction. They've already commenced the work on site. There's quite a bit of work that went into the design to ensure that when we're installing things like storm sewers or catch basins, we have to coordinate with other infrastructure, not just city-owned infrastructure, but there's gas lines in the road and other things like that we need to coordinate around. So the design that we've presented is the most effective design that meets all of our minimum standards. There would be significant amount of redesign and potential extra costs to the project if we were to change any of that at this point in time.
Very good. Rexy, can I, oh, there we go. Even by adding that width to one side of the street as far as sidewalks are concerned, that still would not be possible.
If council were to make the decision to go with 1.5 meter on one side and 1.8, that's a decision of council. That would not have, there wouldn't be significant redesign required for that. But it would not be it would not meet minimum AODA standards for sidewalks.
I realize that, but I'm not sure what the accessibility committee would be in favor of that, but it's an option in my mind.
Councillor Phillips, I appreciate your wondering, but I think we all know exactly where the accessibility committee would come down with on this one. Mr. Reid is very aware of it too. He's yeah, yes. Nope. Understood. I think it's important to note that your efforts at moderation and peacemaking are appreciated. I have Councillor Dodge and then Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. So as it stands right now, now that the reconstruction is done, if we go ahead with it, does that mean that the gentleman that presented this evening, he doesn't have a driveway anymore?
Through you, I think that question's for me. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I know that Mr. Netherway would still have a driveway. It would be, I think it would still accommodate vehicles, but it would be fairly tight.
So would it accommodate his white vehicle that he parks there right now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe if he parked with his the tailgate of his vehicle at the sidewalk, it would be accommodated, but he would be close to his. It would be tight. He would need some good driving skills to get it close to his vehicle, to his house.
Okay, so my last question, and I think you've already answered this question, but just to narrow the road and make the sidewalks both accessible on both sides, is that a major reconstruction consideration to just narrow the road?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there's catch basins that would need to be relocated, and we need to ensure that any relocation of infrastructure such as that does not interfere with other infrastructure such as gas lines, storm sewers, sanitary sewers, bell lines, things like that.
Okay, so my one last question would be, is there any way that we could make the accessible sidewalk kind of go around, kind of like a tree, but it would be...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, that is not something I would recommend.
But is it something that could be done?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is not something that I would recommend from an engineering perspective. I think it would put the city at risk of liability if there was any incidents that happened on the road.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully sound isn't too annoying. I guess Councillor Phillips asked one of my questions. So I guess from staff's perspective, because it seems to me it's a little bit unfortunate that we maybe missed an opportunity to have the narrow road. Why is this coming up now that it's sort of too late? And maybe is there advice on how to avoid that in the future if there's possible modifications like this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do try to engage with the community when we do designs. I would have to go back to check to see what our engagement was on this one. I would tend to believe that because there wasn't significant work being done to the street, that public engagement wasn't done with the neighborhood. But this was identified as a water main project where we were upgrading sidewalks as part of the reinstallment of the road.
Okay, fair enough. Second, one more question on one more point. Mr. Reid mentioned the AODA coming into full effect, and that. What happens if we're in violation of our accessibility standards or something like that? Is there any potential litigation or violation or anything like that if we as a council say we're going to go with sidewalks that don't meet those standards?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council member, the accessibility standards are there to accommodate everyone who used the sidewalk and need to be accommodated. So if you fall below the standard and an incident happens, then of course the municipality will be open to liability.
Okay. And I will just say a point of sort of personal privilege. I will just point out, maybe for Mr. Netherway's edification, that the decision about Edgedale Road happened before my time on council. And I will also say I would be in favor of sidewalks to Burgoyne Woods Park. I think that would be great, especially on the south side. So thank you.
All right. Councillor Lindell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the director, do we have to have sidewalks on both sides of the street?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is part of the Garden City official plan. It's part of quite a few plans that council endorsed. So yes, and it's part of our transportation master plan. It is something that council has directed staff to do, is put sidewalks on both sides of the street. Would
this be something that would maybe accommodate everybody though at like, if we did not do sidewalks on Mr. Netherby's side of the street? Would it accommodate and help everyone out without changing the plan of the road, without widening it or narrowing it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, council has the right to make decisions as they see fit. Again, we as staff, we move forward with direction that we receive from council. So,
okay, thank you.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff. September 21st, the resident was made aware that their driveway would be getting smaller. I'm just wondering, is this common practice where we just kind of show up in a subdivision and let our residents know that their driveway may not even be considered a legal driveway anymore?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as I mentioned before, if there is a significant road reconstruction that is happening where things will be changing drastically from pre-construction conditions, we would engage and have public information centers where we provide the residents opportunity to come in. In this case, sidewalks existed on both sides of the road. The road was going to be reinstated at a similar size to what it was. So staff move forward with the design based on the standards that we normally follow.
Okay, thank you for that. My other question is, in my ward specific, it's a part of the ward is one of the original sections of St. Catharines. My question is in my ward, there are driveways that where people have tried to create their own driveways and they're not considered legal driveways. With us making the residents, Mr. Netherway's driveway smaller, does this remove his will his driveway still be considered a legal driveway?
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Martuccio, would you like me to turn this one over to the solicitor?
Sure.
Or to Ms. Kate? Ms. Kate.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councilors. The important distinction here, first of all, is between private and public property. So the sidewalks are taking place right now on public property on the public right-of-way. There's no encroachment of the sidewalk onto private property. So the resident's driveway may be shortened in width, but whether or not the resident has legal nonconforming or if even their existing driveway is in compliance with the zoning bylaw would depend on a survey demonstrating where that lot line actually is. The city's zoning bylaw requires a minimum parking space of 2.6 meters by 5.2 meters in length, and for an accessible parking spot, 3.4 meters in width and 5.2 meters in length. So we would require a survey of the resident's property to understand if their existing parking space is in conformity with the zoning bylaw before making any determinations if it enjoys legal nonconforming status. But the widening of the driveway, unless it encroached onto private property, would not put the resident's driveway in a case of nonconformity.
Thank you for that. Through you, Chair, I guess why wouldn't we have done this before moving through this project? And I mean, we don't really truly have an understanding of if this will still be considered a legal driveway. Like maybe to the director of engineering, like why was this not done before moving ahead with the project? I'm trying to, can maybe someone, do we not do this before we do this type of construction in subdivisions?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, when we carry out capital projects, we try to reinstate or give the residents what they had prior to the construction project. Whether or not this would be a legal conforming driveway is not something that we look at when we do capital projects. If they had a driveway before, we would give them a driveway back after, or we would try to give them a driveway back after we did the capital project. Like I mentioned earlier, if this was a new driveway and they were requesting a driveway be installed, that's when the bylaw applies on whether or not they will be successful in that application.
Final question through you, Chair. Is there a chance that our parking enforcement, because I know they do this, and I'm bringing this up because they do this in my ward, where someone could get, Mr. Netherway could get a ticket for perhaps not having what could be seen upon as a non-legal conforming driveway?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't actively enforce private driveway parking. A lot of that is through complaint base. If he is parked over the sidewalk with his vehicle, there is the chance that he will get a ticket.
Thank you. So just to clarify, if a resident calls on Mr. Netherway that his bumper is right on the verge of the sidewalk, he could receive a ticket.
To you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Phillips.
Just quickly, again, to try and solve this problem, what's the potential of turning it into a one-way street? That way you'd be able to have the width of the sidewalks as you would want, and you wouldn't need as wide a road. So what's the potential of turning that into a one-way street?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is something that we would have to investigate further. It's not something I can provide comment on right now, but we would have to put a hold on the construction project, which would result in delay claims because
why would you have to put a hold on it?
The contract, through you, Mr. Mayor, the contractor is ready to start reinstalling the street next week.
Okay, and to our Director of Planning, is there a distance from the bumper of the car to the edge of the sidewalk that has to be given? Like the way that it was just spoken, if it sounded like if his bumper is right on the edge of the sidewalk, then he's okay. But I thought there was a distance from the bumper to the sidewalk that he had to maintain. or am I wrong?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the city's zoning bylaw does not have a distance of between a bumper and a sidewalk. The city's zoning bylaw only provides performance standards for private property. In a situation like this, should the personal vehicle encroach onto the sidewalk itself, it would be a ticket for safety reasons. I'm not sure if the city has any other Municipal Act bylaws that provide a distance between a car and a sidewalk, but I don't believe so.
Okay, I was just wondering because in Grantham, I remember one time there was actually it was an RV, he was parking right at the edge of the sidewalk, and in asking that question, he had to be a certain number of meters away from the sidewalk in order to not getting a ticket. But anyways, I think the one-way street is a consideration.
Councillor Harris. Oh, Councillor Harris decided to. All right, Councillor McPherson, you were up. You go first, Councillor Harris.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff. So we're talking a lot about redesigning things and all that. What would the cost be to redesign something that is about to be completed? Completed.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's significant costs that we would owe the contractor just due to the amount of time it would take for us to get him answers to continue with his work. When something's been tendered, it is the expectation that he's able to start and complete the work continuously without delay.
So it would be safe to say it would be a lot. In a technical, in the technical term of a lot, just in the technical money term, a lot.
It would be significant cost.
Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Just so I'm clear, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Engineering, to redesign the road, you're saying it's a lot. To change it to the scope of work that I propose, it's a minimal change.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
And the reason we're not moving forward with a one-way street, the idea that there's a lot of engineering to be done. So I probably would suggest in my motion that, so this doesn't happen again at the last minute where I have to come in here and neighbors have to start fighting, that perhaps we can have some sort of policy or procedure where we walk the neighborhood to figure out how people are impacted and before we have to get to this point. Does that make sense? Okay.
So, Councillor, I would suggest that we're not going to make that a part of this motion. But maybe we can ask for a report request on how we could change our policy. There we go.
Way to be a mayor. That's good.
To the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, if that's a direction of council, what I would suggest, we have minimum standards on all of these and we have policies. So if the question is compatibility with a neighborhood and then having some authority to reduce minimums, if that, I'm just trying to provide get some clarity.
I think that would be fine, but I think the Director of Engineering already said that staff have deleted sidewalks before from projects. I think that's what he said earlier in this conversation. So I don't know if you guys have done that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, staff have made the decision not to install sidewalks on both sides of the street because of changes. Whether or not we've deleted, I don't recall that scenario, but we have.
But that would be going against the sidewalk policy.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So I'll just ask for a report when the time comes. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Stevens.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I'm sorry, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, nothing would pee me off more than being able to park my car forever. I've lived in my house 35 years, and now the city's coming in to fix the street, and I can no longer use my driveway. Like, I'm going to be that angry taxpayer. I'm paying all my money, and I'm doing this, and you're taking that away. Like, what's the whole grandfathering thing and stuff and everything else? So, I mean, this is last minute. I think he's buggered, but like, we have to make it different. Like, yeah, they need consultation because that's just not right, taking away something that somebody's had forever in the state, and just for the sake of we have new rules that we made, and there can be changes made too late now, but they could have been or should have been. Like, Like, yeah, no, that's one of those things that really irks me, and I'm sure most taxpayers do too. Like, to lose your parking, I mean, there's houses in the city that don't have driveways. You know that when you bought the house. For me to have I have a bigger car, so I don't drive a little, totally inefficient car, and now all of a sudden I can't park. And I know there's a bylaw for you're only allowed to park 24 hours on a street at a certain time. You're going to get tickets. So it's a real distress to the citizens to do something like this. And I think we're too late now, but we need to move ahead so this doesn't happen again to our citizens of the city.
All right, seeing no other hands, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
I'm with my ward mate, yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
No.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
No.
Councillor Miller?
No.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
No.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to 10.3, special council meeting, October 23rd. Moving the motion is Councillor Phillips. Can I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Lindell. The motion is the council approve a special council meeting for Monday, October 23rd at 6 p.m. and that the special meeting be held for the purpose of hearing a complaint under Section 20 of the Development Charges Act, and that the city clerk be directed to make the necessary notifications. Any questions, comments, debate on this one? All right, I will look to the clerk to call the roll. As we're getting ready to vote, I will remind councilors that the process for this special meeting is included as one of the reports this evening. So if you have questions about what the process is for that, please refer back to the report.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller? Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner? Councillor Dodge? And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, notice of motion for the next meeting, Councillor Garcia.
Very briefly, I will elaborate later, but that council reimburse a maximum of $8,000 in building permit fees for the addition to the library at the Mayholm Foundation at 525 Ontario Street from the Civic Project Fund. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Garcia. Report requests. Councillor Garcia, you have a report request?
Sorry, I have a report request as well. A report outlining the process for installing the historic NS&T trolley shed at Lock 1 Commons for council to review at the December 11th, 2023 meeting.
All right, we have another report request from Councillor Harris.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if we could get a report on how we could engage the community differently or maybe more effectively when we're installing sidewalks, especially in older neighborhoods in St. Catharines. And also a second part of that would be looking at installing a sidewalk on the south side of Edgedale from Glen Ridge to Burgoyne Woods.
I believe that would be a second report request.
Okay, well, that's the second report.
Okay. How to engage the community more effectively regarding sidewalk installations, and a second report request on a sidewalk on the south side of Edgedale.
Linking Glen Ridge to Burgoyne Woods.
Lincoln Glen Ridge to Burgoyne Woods.
Correct.
All right. Any other report requests? Seeing none, I will just show of hands. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. 13 is committee and task force minutes. Can I have a mover and seconder for the advisory committees? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. 13.2 is a motion regarding the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre request to use the capital reserve for work pods. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Garcia. The council approved the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre board request for $45,000 from the PAC capital reserve to fund the procurement and installation of 2 1+ and 1 quad work pod. Are there any questions or comments with respect to this one? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, look to the clerk to read out the reasons for going into closed session.
First item is labor relations update on negotiations for CUPE 1287, closed pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239(2)D, labor relations or employee negotiations. The second one is a property matter, a license, closed pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239(2)C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality for 29 Riordon. The third is a Ssonix status update, closed pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239(2)E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, and 239(2)F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And the fourth is an additional closed item. It's a property matter going into closed session pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239(2)C, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality. That's an update pertaining to 25 YMCA Drive.
Okay, before we go into close, can I get a motion to extend half an hour? Councillor Lindell, Councillor McPherson, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion to go in camera. Councillor Garcia, Councillor Ratzlaff, all those in favor? Opposed? In we go. Back to order. Arising from the in-camera session, we have a couple of motions. The first one is that council approve the staff recommendation contained in report CSS 153-2023 regarding labor relations update, CUPE union negotiations, collective agreement, CUPE local 1287, the museum. Moving the motion is Councillor Kushner. Seconding the motion is Councillor Stevens. I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend. Yes. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yep.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
15.2, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer. The council approved the staff recommendation contained in report CAO 157-2023 regarding property matter license agreement of 29 Riordon Street.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
No.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Item 15.3, the council received the memorandum from Director of Legal and Clerk Services regarding Ssonix status update. Moving the motion is Councillor Dodge, seconding is Councillor Phillips.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
And then 15.4, that council received the verbal update. How am I describing this? And proceed as directed? Yes. And proceed as directed in camera. Moved by Councillor Ratzlaff, seconded by Councillor Lindell. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, bylaws. That the bylaws listed on the council agenda as A to C to be read a first and time, considered and passed, and they be signed and executed by the mayor and clerk. Moved by Councillor Lindell, Councillor Garcia. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The following additional bylaws, additional bylaw A and B, be read a first time, considered and passed. A bylaw to authorize an agreement with the Canadian Union of Public Employees, Local 1287. One reading with respect to collective agreement with CUPE Local 1287 Museum to be considered by council closed session October 16, 2023. And B, a bylaw to authorize the execution of shareholder resolutions passed at the annual shareholder meeting of St. Catharines Hydro, Inc. One reading with respect to the annual shareholder meeting of St. Catharines Hydro, Inc. of October 16, 2023. Moving this, I have Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And that there be no further items of business. This meeting be adjourned. Mover, Councillor Phillips, seconder, Councillor Garcia. All those in favor? Opposed? Toodaloo.